Good evening, folks. I'm going to call the meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the Town of Southington to order for Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. Dave, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Alternate Commissioner Salmieri.
Here.
Alternate Commissioner Gaida.
Here.
Alternate Commissioner Ma. Alternate Commissioner Caird.
Here.
Commissioner Tedesco. Commissioner Sewell. Commissioner Coles.
Present.
Commissioner Britton. Here. Commissioner Czaplinski. Vice Chair Walowski. Here. And Chair Hammerstein.
Hammersley's here. I got to get my Knicks hat up there so everybody can see that. Go New York, go New York, go. So we'll start off that way. I did hear from Commissioners Czaplinski, Sewell, and Tedesco that they were not going to be here tonight. We'll see Commissioner Salmieri in place of Commissioner Czaplinski. Whose turn is it?
Yeah.
Whose? Raise your hand. I can't hear you. Okay, so we'll see Commissioner Gaida in place of Commissioner Tedesco. We have a quorum at that. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Could all remain standing for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Okay, looking for a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting on May 6, 2025. Commissioner Walowski or Commissioner Britton? So moved. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Coles? Any discussion? These were somewhat revised. I think everybody knows that in the emails, and so everybody has a copy of those. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner discussion, we had a POCD subcommittee second meeting. Commissioner Coles, as a member of theirs, agreed to give us a brief update on how that went.
Yeah, so we had a brief but productive meeting. We met with our consultant. We went through the consultant's timeline. Most importantly, with regard to the timeline, we talked about our community survey. As you know, that a lot goes into the plan of conservation development, and the important piece of that is reaching out to folks in Southington to get their feedback on what they think the document, as a living document, should move to from iteration to iteration. And so we had some conversation about how best to reach the public, and we hope to have some draft information back to us by our next meeting in June, and then hopefully we can go live with the survey sometime in July.
Okay. Not to put you on the spot, Caleb, just something that popped in my head. Did they give you any sense of what our target date is to get that final draft over to us here?
For the survey?
No, for the final document. Do we even have any idea? Are we talking like early
Probably
part of
about
next year or?
10 months.
Okay, okay. All right, sounds good, thank you.
Yep.
All right. So with that, any other subcommittees have a report? We have an ordinance committee meeting coming up, Rob?
We do, I think in 2 days.
Okay, so next meeting we'll talk about that one. I don't think they've met in a while, but, okay. With that, item number 8 is chairman's comments, so that would be me. I'm gonna read a preamble about our meeting format and process, just so everybody who is maybe here for the first time, hopefully not the last time, so you all understand how we work. I will preface what I typically read by saying for people here that we operate differently than any other board or commission that you may be familiar with in town. We have very strict rules and guidelines that are guided by state statute and so forth. So I'll read this and we're going to follow it up with another topic of discussion so that people understand what's going on and how it flows here. Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Southington Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Robert Hammersley. I'm the chair of the commission. I want to take a few moments to explain the meeting format. Aside from administrative items, tonight's meeting is comprised of two main parts, the public hearing and the business meeting. During the public hearing, the applicant will present the application to us in detail, which will allow commission members and the public the opportunity to better understand what is being proposed. The commission members may ask questions during the presentation if needed. Then we will ask members of the public who support or oppose the application to speak. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand, wait to be recognized by myself. Once recognized, come forward to the podium, which is right up here. State your name and address so we can get that on the record, and address all comments directly to myself and not to the applicant or other members of the public. Be advised that this is your opportunity to ask questions or make comments on an application, because once a public hearing is closed, no additional testimony from the public or an applicant is permitted. It is important, and I'm going to pay strict attention to this, that we do this in a respectful and in a manner that underscores decorum. And that's to make sure that everybody hears what you're saying and there's no distractions, if you will. And that's important to remain that way at all times during our meeting. After everyone has had a full opportunity to speak, all questions have been answered, and all information has been received, the commission will decide whether it's appropriate to close the hearing. We don't consider voting on an application until the business meeting, which would follow a closed public hearing. During the business meeting, the commission deliberates on applications submitted to the commission and decides how to act on them. We have essentially 4 different options on every application. 1, we can approve it as submitted. 2, we can approve it with stipulations, conditions, or modifications. 3, we can table an action for a future meeting. Or 3, and in some cases, we deny applications. 4 affirmative votes of the commission are generally required to approve any application. If you have to leave before tonight's meeting is concluded, feel free to contact our planning department sometime afterwards, after noon tomorrow, and you can get the results from tonight's meeting. I've asked our town attorney, Lou Murtaccio, to attend tonight to talk about other restrictions that we have commission members have, so I'll turn that over to you, Lou.
Thank you, Chairman. For those of you who don't know, I'm Lou Martaccio, I'm the town attorney, and I have a couple of topics I want to talk about briefly, because I know that there's certainly some strong emotions before some of the documents for the items on the agenda today. So I want to just clarify so that no one leaves here feeling as though they were slighted or not heard. How this process works, as the chairman just stated, is each of you have the opportunity to voice your opinion, voice your concerns, and to some extent voice questions as well. But the way this is set up, we follow a thing called Robert's Rules. And under Robert's Rules, among other procedural reasoning, there's not generally dialogue with regard to the matters pending between you and the public and the commissioners at this time. It doesn't mean there won't be, but during the actual meeting, oftentimes I have found that people have a question and they want a response or an opinion from a particular commissioner or commissioners. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't mean your questions will not be answered. They certainly will. And there's a format and procedure which Chairman just went over with you. As far as the commissioners, the same rules apply. I realize it's difficult at times, but you need to do your best not to engage in dialogue, not because you're being evasive or a lack of caring, is because if there's not a proper decorum and a proper forum in which we follow, it makes the record a blur and a mess down the road. When a motion is made, as everyone, at least on the dais knows, and maybe many of you, if a motion is made and seconded, there will be dialogue, and during that dialogue, presumably most, if not all of your questions will be answered, and at that point, the commissioners are free to engage in discussion. But I'd implore all of you to please, if you would, as difficult at times as it is, don't convey and don't engage in dialogue back and forth. That comes at a later time.
Okay, you all set? Okay, and with that, we're gonna move on to item number 9 on our agenda, which is our public hearings, and item number 9A, HQ Realty LLC special permit application, proposing to permit multiple buildings on one parcel per section 9C5 of the zoning regulations, property located at 136 Curtis Street. This is zoned in an I2 zone, SPU 712. Do we have a motion to table on this?
I make a motion to table SPU number 712, please.
Okay, we have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Gaida with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 9B and 9C, with the applicant's permission, we're going to take this up collectively. It's essentially one application. I just think it's easier for everybody if we do that. And I'll read those off. Item 9B, 3 Squared LLC proposing a zone text amendment for revisions to Section 4 of the zoning regulations special zone. The proposal includes adding Section 4J entitled Affordable Housing Zone to allow for the development of multifamily community as a set-aside development as defined in General Statutes 8-30G A6, and to promote housing choice and economic diversity within the town of Southington. This is zoning amendment number 620. And item 9C, 3 Squared LLC, petition to change a zoning district boundary from a business zone to an affordable housing zone, property located at 1104 South Main Street. This is currently zoned as a business zone. This is zone change number 582. With the applicant's permission, I want, and for the benefit of members up here who have not sat through an 830G, this will be my third one. I know that there's a number of members here that this is their first, but also, and more importantly, for members of the public, I want to sort of set the table on what an 830G means, and I think the applicant can certainly feel free to touch on it, anything that I might have missed, or to underscore anything that she feels needs to be spoken to. 830G is a state statute which subjects any town that has not hit 10% or more of affordable, what they term or define as affordable housing, subjects the municipality to the 830G statute. The 830G only allows us as a commission to consider public health or public safety as part of an application. So it's handled much differently than any other application that we typically might see here. Other things that we might consider, for example, location or appearance or anything like that we may typically consider in what I'll term, for lack of a better term, as a normal application, we're not allowed to consider here. Again, we are only allowed to consider matters of public health or public safety. It also requires, in order to be an 830G application, at least 30% of that development or that project needs to be set aside as, again, what the state defines as affordable housing. So that's a requirement on the developer, if you will, that they have to meet that threshold. Typically, and this happens, I think, universally, so more than typically, universally, the first step that is taken in an 830G application is to set the boundaries of what that site is, right? So when you see a zone text amendment, like is what we have here, to set a boundary for what they're calling an affordable housing zone. Is that what we typically call it? Is that what we did in the past? It's a nuance. It kind of doesn't matter, but that typically is the first step in any 830G application. From there flows the other more details of what that project is envisioned to look like. Again, the process here is the applicant will present. We'll take questions from members of the commission to the applicant. At that time, we'll ask the applicant to sit and open it up to the public to give us your feedback on what you think. Again, those questions come to myself in order to maintain some order here. I'll keep a list here. I'm sure the applicant will be keeping a list as well. Once everybody in the public has had an opportunity to speak, we'll bring the applicant back up again to answer those questions or to talk about anything else they might want to talk about. Also to answer any questions that members of the commissions might have come up with based on some things that we might have heard from members of the public. And then we'll proceed accordingly. My guess, my plan, is that the public hearing will not be closed this evening. I think that at the very least, the members of the commission need the time to digest what's being brought to us tonight. So I think at the very earliest, the public hearing will not be closed until our next meeting, which is scheduled for June 3rd. So I just want to let people know. So if you're waiting for the application to be voted on tonight, that won't be happening because we'll still have an open public hearing. Because it's an open public hearing, members of the commission, as Attorney Mataccio mentioned, are prohibited from engaging in any conversation with anyone outside of commission members. So if you see one of us in the supermarket, please don't come up to us and say something. And members of the commission, if someone says something to you, please respectfully and kindly tell them that you're not allowed to receive any testimony outside of a public hearing, and encourage them to attend a public hearing on June 30th and provide that information. I see stuff up on social media. Of course, everybody's free to do that. But don't expect us to come in and say anything. We're not prohibited to do it. And if any of us do that, we would be precluded from voting on that application ultimately. So it's not in the best interest of members of the commission. It's not in the best interest of the town. And it's not in the best interest of the commission as a whole. And it's really not in the best interest of the public, I would submit, for people. With that, you can give us your name and your address, and the floor is yours, ma'am.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andrea Gomes. I'm an attorney at Hinckley Allen at 20 Church Street in Hartford, here tonight on behalf of the applicant, 3 Squared LLC. With me tonight, we have a bit of a roster here. We have Roy Ebgen, who's a member of the applicant, Steve Judice, our land surveyor and principal site designer with Cole Civil and Survey, Bart Beauvais, our consulting civil engineer, also with Cole Civil and Survey, Scott Hesketh with F.A. Hesketh and Associates, our consulting traffic engineer, and we also have Peter Bugren, our consulting architect. Just a few procedural housekeeping matters before we get into the substance of the presentation. The Commission should have before it an application that was submitted on April 30th, several tabbed packages, and then accompanying civil site plans that came with it. In terms of public notice, a big thank you to staff and to assisting us with getting public notice properly done. We had a mailing on May 8th in accordance with the regulations, submitted proof of mailing to staff for that. There was a publication on May 9th and 16th of notice of this public hearing. And then, of course, we do have the town clerk filing, which happened more than 10 days in advance of tonight's public hearing for the text amendment and zone change portion of our application. Mr. Chairman, you are correct. We do have a 3-part application. I wanted to just spend 1 second on that to explain that to the Commission. We do have, it is typical, although not the only way, to file for an 830G application. We'll hear about that in a moment. But we have filed here simultaneous applications for a text amendment to add the affordable housing zone to the Southington zoning regulations. We have filed for a zone change to rezone the site to the affordable housing zone, or the AHZ as we've been referring to it, and then simultaneous site plan application. Under state statute, we are required, or the Commission is required, to have a public hearing on the zone change and text amendment, but there is no required public hearing on the site plan. So the Commission will note we have an interesting situation where the public hearing tonight that the Chair referenced we're doing together is on the text amendment and zone change, technically not on the site plan. That, I believe, is at your agenda at item 10D as in dog. But what we've done here, just for purposes of efficiency, so I'm not getting up and up and down and doing the same presentation more than once, and I discussed this with Mr. LaValle in advance, we're just going to do one bulk presentation that's going to give the Commission a general overview of everything it has before it, and then of course it will be up to the Commission and the Chair to essentially separate the public comment that comes in for public hearing, and then of course site plan. And then ultimately, Commission should have before it as well hard copies of the PowerPoint presentation that's up on the screen. We did submit it to staff. It is, I believe, posted on the website as well. All right, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and dive in. The property the subject property is about 2 acres, and it's located on the west side of South Main Street. The Commission can see here on the screen, it's designated with this little red pin, thanks to Google. It's just north of the I-84 on-off ramp, and it is currently improved with a single-family home that was built in the late 60s, and it's currently...
Excuse me, Attorney Gomez.
Yes.
Could you do me a favor? Could you make that
Zoom
a
in.
full screen picture just so people maybe in the back can?
So I'll do my best. We do this as a PowerPoint on purpose, Mr. Chairman, because the reality is sometimes PowerPoint, we do this as a PDF, excuse me. Sometimes PowerPoints can be a little bit difficult when projecting on screen, but of course, if the commission needs me to zoom in or toggle over any particular item, I can definitely do so.
I'll just remind members of the public that all this is up on the website, and they can feel free to go up there and take a look at it. If you're having trouble seeing it, we have some hard copies up here, which we'll be happy to share with whoever might want them.
And Mr. Chairman, just so you know, I do have a couple of extra hard copies. I'm happy to put those at the front table once I'm done speaking for anyone who wants to come and grab them. All right, so I think the last thing I said was that it's currently improved with a single-family home that was built in the late 60s, and it's mostly wooded. It's located in the business district, which does provide for a variety of residential uses, including housing for the elderly and planned unit developments via special permit and site plan approval. I'll zooming in a little bit here so you can still see the site here designated with the red pin. This site is in what I would call a transitional area. There's a variety of uses surrounding the site. To the north, you have a jeweler, Rosewood Apartments, and Supreme Lake Manufacturing. To the south, you have primarily a wooded area, which again, maybe you can see it better on slide number 2. The John F. Kennedy Middle School and a large residential community are located over to the east. And then just flipping to the other side of the Quinnipiac River, which is located to the rear of our site, you have War Strength, a commercial gym supplier. There is a CT Transit station or CT Transit stop nearby. It's about 0.3 acres located to the south of the site. And then just going back to slide number 3, the commission may be able to see here, you do have sidewalks existing just north of the site that of course connect at the Atwater Street, but there are currently no sidewalks in front of our property. There is a small pocket of wetlands in the southeast corner of the site. We are not proposing any direct impacts to the wetlands or activity within the upland review area. So no wetlands application was required. We did confirm that with staff. So the current development plan, what the applicant is proposing is to redevelop the site, demolish what's there on site today, redevelop the site with a 65-unit multifamily residential community in one L-shaped building. We'll get into the details of the plan just shortly when the rest of the team comes up. The commission will see, and certainly not on this photo, but when we get to the plan, there will be 2 driveway entrances along the site frontage, one more to the north. The one that you're seeing on the screen here is further to the south, and there will be parking along the front of the building, which is to the east, and then to the south of the building, located right here. If you can see, yes, you can see my mouse. The buildings have been designed to be fully code compliant and safe, as has the site, which the building official, of course, will confirm prior to the issuance of a building permit down the line. But we did also submit in our tabbed application package at tab 12, a letter from Joseph Versteeg. He is a nationally renowned fire safety and code compliance expert. We worked with him in developing these plans, and he reviewed all of these plans and issued a letter confirming that they are, in fact, code compliant, both the site and the building. I will note in Connecticut, the issue of code compliance, if you design and build a code compliant site, that is dispositive of safety. But of course, we're going to give the commission more details on that. The community will have 55 one-bedroom units, which range from 560 square feet to 673 square feet, and 10 two-bedroom units at 806 to 840 square feet in range. These details are, of course, at tab 1 of our application package. We've also included at tabs 6 and 7 architectural plans, floor plans, and rendered elevations, one of which is displayed on the scene, but there are different views that the commission can see there. Now, as the chairman so eloquently put, we have filed this application under Connecticut General Statutes 830G. It's Connecticut's Affordable Housing Appeals Act, and we've filed it as a quote-unquote set-aside development, which means, as the chair said, that 30% of the units, or here 20 of the units, will be formally rent restricted for 40 years for affordable households. So what 830G provides is that if a proposed community preserves 30% of those units, like we're doing here, and those households will be at 80% or below 80% of the lower of statewide median income or area median income. And here in this instance, it ranges between 56,000 to about 90,000. If the applicant files an application in accordance with 830G and preserves those units as I just mentioned, then the zoning commission can only deny the application if it receives evidence at a hearing that the development will cause a, quote, substantial public health or safety concern. But that's not the end of the analysis. It's a substantial public health or safety concern, which clearly outweighs the need for affordable housing, not only in Southington, but in the region. And that health and safety concern cannot be addressed by reasonable changes to the plan. A perfect example of this is if an applicant came to you and filed an application that did not allow for fire truck circulation on site and the commission was concerned with that, you could ask them impose a reasonable change or suggest a reasonable change to allow for that fire truck circulation. That's the way it works. As I mentioned, we did file this as the 3-part application. And Mr. Chairman, you did say that's pretty typical for an 830G application. You're absolutely correct. But it is important to note that non-compliance with the underlying zoning regulations that apply to the site is not a valid basis for denying an 830G application. And that applies to all 3 parts of the application we filed here. So because of that, and there's a number of cases on this for years and years since 830G's inception, we could have just filed for a site plan approval without the zone change and without the text amendment. But we often find that the better practice is to do this 3-part application that we've done here because it gives, it renders the property a conforming use, right? If we just did the site plan, there's a question as to whether or not it's non-conforming. But it also gives the town with its zoning enforcement authority and the applicant a set of rules to abide by. So you have the regulations which establish the approvals process, the bulk standards, things like lighting, parking, etc. So it's good to have just that general guidebook, if you will, for the development of the site. And to that end, we did submit the proposed zoning regulation. It's at the Commission's tab 5 of our original application package. It's the new affordable housing zone. And we did start with the underlying B district bulk standards. We always start with the underlying standards. And then we, of course, looked at other provisions in your regulations, including the Housing Opportunity District, and we tried to adopt and model as much of the existing or as many of the existing provisions in your regulations as possible. Commission can probably just tell by looking at it, we did follow the format and the nomenclature in the existing regulations. And the cases are clear, just to be clear for the commission, that this is not considered spot zoning. We have purposely designed this regulation to be fairly site-specific, but there's a number of cases out there that confirm it is not spot zoning for purposes of an affordable housing application. And we've used this 3-part application process in more than 50 towns over the last 34 years. The commission will have, just pointing out a couple of other relevant pieces in its package. At tab 10, the commission has what we call an affordability plan. It is the plan it's the playbook for the affordable housing units within the development. It sets the rules for administering the affordable housing units. It has things on how tenants can qualify for income, other rules, and it also provides the commission with some preliminary calculations, both that for those income levels to qualify for an affordable housing unit, and also the maximum rents that the applicant can charge for these affordable housing units. Based on 2025 numbers, we pull those numbers from HUD, so they do change a little bit every year. But based on 2025 numbers, we're looking at rents for the affordable units ranging between $1,181 and $1,834. And of course, those are for the 2 different income levels and then the 1 bedrooms versus 2 bedrooms. But the commission will have a pretty detailed formula in that affordability plan to review. And then, of course, the applicant also has submitted a fairly lengthy package. That's the second tabbed package that the commission has before it, documenting affordable housing need in Southington and the surrounding region. Just a couple of statistics. Or a couple of things for the commission to keep in mind. As of the 2024 affordable housing appeals listing, which documents the number of affordable units within the meaning of the statute within the town of Southington. Southington's at 5.44% of its housing stock as affordable. And I don't think it's any surprise or shock for the commission or any member of the public to hear that the country, at the very least, if not the world, is facing a housing crisis. Rents are rising everywhere, costs are increasing, costs of construction. So the need for affordable housing is very real. I see it every day because this is what I do every day. But the commission does have a number of resources, recent articles in that package that it can certainly review. And then, of course, and I'll touch on this eventually in my closing comments at the end of the public hearing, likely at the next meeting, but the town of Southington's Plan of Conservation and Development, your effective one was done in 2016, and then also its affordable housing plan, they both recognize the need for affordable housing, and this proposal, of course, helps implement those goals. Just a couple more comments, Mr. Chairman, before I hand it over to the rest of the team. I just wanted the commission to know, we did sit with staff, and again, thank you to Mr. LaValle for organizing that. We sat with, I think, a member of every staff department for just an informal round table before we submitted the application. We had shown plans and renderings and just wanted to get some preliminary feedback on things that the various staff members wanted to see or questions that they may ask. May have had. We incorporated a number of those revisions into the plans, and certainly we can go into those if the commission has questions. And then we have received a series of staff memos with additional comments since we filed, in particular over the last week. We did have a chance to respond in writing to the comments received from Mr. LaValle. Those were submitted on May 16th, I believe. Mostly they were requests for additional information or explanations, although we did agree to add bike racks, benches, and planters to the site plan at his request. And certainly that's something that the commission can impose as an approval condition, but since the chairman explained that we're likely continuing the public hearing, that's something we can incorporate into the plans before the next meeting. Mr. LaValle did ask for NDDB, Natural Diversity Database details for the site. We submitted those attached to our responses. According to the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, it appears that there is a species of concern, a spotted turtle, that has been documented on or near this site. So DEEP has issued a variety of recommendations on how to protect that species, both during demolition, construction, and after the fact. We've reviewed those details and taken a look at how we can implement them on site. We are happy to do so. The commission can impose that as an approval condition on the issuance, hopefully, if it's approval for this application, and we will implement those recommendations from DEEP. And then earlier today, I did have an exchange with Mr. LaValle about the proposed zoning regulation. So the commission will note we have section 4.J.1 talks about the applicability of the regulation, meaning where you can actually propose an affordable housing zone development. And there's a couple of parameters there, intentionally designed to be fairly site-specific. Lot size between 1.5 and 3 acres, frontage on South Main Street, and served by public water and sewer. We clearly meet those parameters here. But what Mr. LaValle had suggested was we narrow that a little bit more. So what we're suggesting is a revision to 4.J.1.2 that the lot must have frontage on South Main Street in between Atwater Street and Milldale Avenue. So it just tightens that regulation a little bit more to make it clear that it applies to this site. We also received sign-off from the fire marshal and additional comments from engineering and water departments. All in all, no issues. We understand their questions. We are happy to provide that additional information. We have no concerns with, for example, providing a hydrant along the site frontage. So I believe with that, we have or will address all staff comments and have accepted all suggested revisions to the plan. We will, of course, need final approval on water and sewer, but that is common. We don't anticipate any issues, and we have those preliminary comments from water and engineering on those pieces as well. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'll just note, we did receive 2 public comment letters. I have some responses to the comments made in those letters, but what I'd suggest is I just hold off and address those at the end of the verbal public comment period if time allows. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Evgen just to give just a couple words on behalf of the applicant. You'll then hear from our engineering and site design team, followed by Scott on the traffic engineering side and Peter just briefly on architecture. Thank you.
So Roy Evgen, I am at 373 West Pines Drive in Southington. So my name is Roy Evgen. I'm one of the partners with 3 Squared. We're a local development group, all members originally from Southington. I care how things turn out as a member of the community. As a developer, I try to look at a community town first, then the property within the community. I know in every situation, you'll never have everyone 100% for or against a development proposal. It's like picking a place to eat with a family of 5. Might get 3 to 4 that want to go get Italian, 1 or 2 want McDonald's. Not everyone's going to be happy. My experience as a developer comes from the experience as a realtor for 20 plus years in the area and the housing needs. Unlike many developers who are from different states, we are local. I live here, I have a business here. My partners have a business here as well. We have a vested interest in how this project turns out for the community. A little bit about my background outside of development. I've dealt directly with all levels of housing for many years. I've been helping people day to day for a long time. This current environment is so different than what it was before. Let me give you an example if you're trying to save to buy a home and why you need affordable options. Now versus then, talking about when COVID began 2020. Pre-COVID house supply was 200 to 250 active homes, properties in Southington. Many choices for the buyers and lower prices. Now, 20 to 40 active houses. Prices have doubled to tripled in some cases. Rates were 3%, now they're 7%. As an example of an average starter home in Southington at $300,000, which we know there's not many of those at 300, 3% would be a $1,700 payment, using $500 for taxes a month. 7% is $2,500. Everyone needs help at some point in life. Do any of you have elderly moms, dads, a widow, widower, a college grad that doesn't want to live at home or can no longer live at home? Have you ever needed help? Let me explain my personal story and relate to needing help. I was fortunate in 2003 when I had my son at 25 years old. I worked really hard. I made less than $45,000 and I qualified for Husky Healthcare. I was able to rent a small condo for $650 a month. That same condo is now $2,000 plus a month. That payment helped me save for my first house and progress my career where I am today. Without an affordable option, I would not be here. In summary, this building will help diversify Southington's housing inventory and will help people potentially in my past situation. The additional apartment units, some with affordable component, will help the community by adding much needed housing supply, and in doing so, will potentially help your older parents, your young post-college, young adults, and fill the housing need which Southington lacks. Thank you for your time tonight and listening to what we're proposing to invest in the Southington community. I'll now pass this on to Steve Judice. Sorry. My bad.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commission members. For the record, my name is Stephen Judice. I am a licensed land surveyor and the principal at Cole Civil and Survey, located at 876 South Main Street in Plantsville. I'm going to talk a little bit about our site. Yep. Yeah. I'm sorry, back up. Okay. As mentioned previously, I may repeat some of the data that you've heard. Just please bear with me. We have a 2.03 acre parcel of property known as 1104 South Main Street. That's also considered Connecticut Route 10, State Route 10. It's also known as Assessor's Map 52, Parcel 77, and it's located in a B business zone. The site has wooded areas around the perimeter to the west and the south. There's some open field areas with a house and a garage. There used to be a farm stand located at this location from Mr. Solak, who was a previous owner. The topography of the site is generally flat around the house and along the road, but it does gently slope towards the southwest corner into this location. Soils on site are predominantly A and B soils, good draining, well-draining soils, however, with some D soils along the wetland area along the southerly boundary. We do have an area of wetland that runs along the property line here, and there's an area of a 100-year flood zone along the back corner in this location. The design was intended to avoid those conflict or negative impact to those areas. As mentioned, we're proposing a multifamily building that is outlined at this location here. This is along the northerly boundary and westerly boundary lines. We're proposing parking for 74 parking spaces, including 4 handicap accessible spaces. We have proposed EV spaces located at this location. There's 8 proposed EV spaces located there on that edge of the property. Access would be via South Main Street by 2 curb cuts. We have a proposed 2-way curb cut at the north end, and we have another curb cut bi-directional on the southerly end of the site. We're proposing a 5-foot concrete sidewalk along the frontage, and also sidewalks along the front of the building, along the north and south sides of the building. The building is to be serviced by public water and public sewers, which are located within South Main Street. And we're also proposing a fire service line to come in off of Main Street to supply our sprinklers within the building. As mentioned, we did make some modifications. We're proposing some bike racks at the front corner of the building. They have not been added to the site plan set that you have, but we'll be submitting the revised plans shortly. We also are proposing some benches throughout the site, along with planter boxes to try to enhance the property per some of the regulations that you already have enacted in town. As required by regulations, we're proposing street trees along the frontage. We have interior shade trees in the islands throughout the site, with additional landscaping in the parking areas and around the building. We're proposing additional plantings along the northerly property line, this westerly property line, and some infill plants along this northerly property line, along with a proposed white vinyl privacy fence along that property line, continuously approximately down to this corner near the dumpster. We've looked at site circulation with the fire department. Our plan set includes turning movement plans for fire trucks to get the ladder truck in and around the site. The fire department was happy with that movement plan. Snow storage would be done within the islands in some areas along this area and in here. Or if need be, snow storage would be, if we had a lot of snow, it would have to be removed, which is common among sites along South Main Street. Our proposal includes some retaining walls. We have some landscape walls along this area and right along this parking area. These were proposed to limit our impacts to the upland review area for wetlands and to reduce the amount of grading and activities on the site. Along that retaining wall is proposed wood guardrail, just from a safety perspective and an aesthetic feature. Storm drainage will be managed through a series of catch basins and roof leaders on the property. All storm drainage is routed into a subsurface detention system with galleries at this location. This system provides detention and stormwater quality. And this has been designed in accordance with the Town of Sullyton zoning regulations and the Connecticut DEP Stormwater Quality Manual. In the back corner of the building, we're proposing a fenced dumpster pad. One of the requests was to keep that dumpster pad graded properly, so anything in that dumpster pad would go into our system and be collected through our drainage system and cleaned before it went out out of our system. The site will require approximately just under 5,000 cubic yards of material. While the site of the building is relatively flat, we do have some proposed filling in this area of the parking and along this edge as well. Our plans include detailed soil and erosion sediment control plans and details and narrative in accordance with DEP regulations. And as mentioned, the Natural Diversity Database request was made. We did receive response, and with that response comes recommendations. All those recommendations will be incorporated into our plans. As we've looked at this site, we verified that the site has good access from turning movements for safety vehicles and other vehicles and trucks that need to get into the site. We believe that South Main Street provides adequate access for that. The utilities on site are adequate to support the application, and we believe that this site complies with proper engineering standards. The stormwater also meets or exceeds the stormwater management requirements. So in my professional opinion, this site will function in an effective manner and will not have an adverse impact on the health or safety of the surrounding areas. Bart Beauvais, who is our senior engineer, is here. If you have any specific engineering questions, he'd be happy to answer those for you as well. With that, I'll turn the mic over to Scott.
Good evening. My apologies. I threw my back out this weekend, so not moving too well. So if I fall down, someone just pick me up and prop me back up, and I'll try to finish. For the record, my name is Scott Hesketh. I am a licensed engineer in the state of Connecticut. I'm a partner with the firm of F.A. Hesketh and Associates in East Granby, Connecticut. And in terms of education, I have a master's of civil engineering with an emphasis in traffic and transportation from the University of Minnesota. We were asked to prepare a traffic impact statement for the proposed development. We have done so in a report dated April 28th, 2025, which has been submitted for the Commission's review. In the course of preparing our report, we made visual observations of the existing roadway conditions along Route 10 in the vicinity of the proposed site. We obtained the latest traffic volume counts from the Connecticut Department of Transportation. The DOT conducts periodic counts on all state highways and many local roadways. They do so generally on a 3-year period. The most recent counts from the DOT were conducted during September of 2024, and the counts were conducted on Route 10 north of Mulberry Street. In those counts, the roadway has an average daily traffic volume of about 5,100 vehicles, with a morning peak hour of 424 vehicles during the 7 a.m. hour, and a total of 530 vehicles during the afternoon peak hour, which is 3 p.m. according to the DOT counts. We supplemented those counts with manual turning movement counts at the intersection of Route 10 and Atwater Street and the middle school driveway, at Route 10 and Milldale Avenue, and at Route 10 and the I-84 ramps and Mulberry Street. Those counts were conducted during the morning peak period between 7 and 9 a.m. And during the afternoon peak, we counted between the hours of 2 and 6 o'clock in order to account for the fact that the middle school is there. We wanted to catch the peak hour of both the middle school and the commuter traffic volumes. We took the CONDOT data and the manual turning movement counts. We balanced those between intersections where appropriate. And then we reviewed the historical CONDOT traffic volume counts. Despite the fact that traffic volumes have shown a decrease between 2015 and 2024, we did use a 1% per year growth rate to grow the background traffic volumes to a 2026 design year, and that's presented as the background traffic volumes in our report. In terms of the trip generation of the proposed development, we researched the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Report. It's a standard engineering reference that allows engineers and planners to project the traffic volumes for proposed developments based on traffic volume counts that have been conducted throughout the country at existing operating developments. Included within the ITE report is the Land Use Code 220, which is multifamily housing low-rise development, which means it has, the developments have between 2 and 3 floors of units. In addition, the ITE includes Land Use Code 221, which is multifamily housing mid-rise development, which they have between 4 and 10 floors of development. However, the mid-rise development has a lower trip generation potential than does the low-rise development. So to be conservative in our analysis, we use the low-rise development to project the traffic volumes for this proposed development. And that might intuitively make sense. If you have between 4 and 10 floors, you're looking at more of a downtown urban type development, maybe in a large city. We don't have too many 10-story buildings in Southington. So there's a lot more opportunities for ride sharing, buses, trains, and the like. So the trip generation potential for those developments is less on a per unit basis. Based on the ITE data and using the low-rise residential use, we project that the proposed development will generate 498 trips on a daily basis. So that's about 250 entering and 250 exiting movements daily. During the morning peak hour, we're projecting 43 trips with 10 entering and 33 exiting movements. During the afternoon peak hour, we're projecting 49 trips made up of 31 entering and 18 exiting movements. And that information is presented in Table 2 of the report. In terms of a directional distribution, we assume the distribution of about 60% to and from the south and 40% to and from the north along Route 10. People likely to make use of the highway ramps to I-84 to get to longer distances. And then we distributed that traffic to the roadway network in the figures presented in the report. We add the background traffic volumes to the site-generated traffic volumes to determine the combined traffic volumes. And then we conducted capacity analysis calculations on the background and combined traffic volume conditions to determine the operational effectiveness of those intersections in the pre- and post-development conditions. And the results of that analysis are presented in Table 3 of the report. We looked at the signalized intersection of Route 10 and the I-84 ramps in Mulberry Street. According to the traffic volumes in the analysis, that intersection operates at an overall level of service B, as in boy, during the background conditions during both the morning and afternoon peak hours. Under the background conditions, it will continue to operate at a level of service B under the combined traffic volume conditions, with increases of delay of less than 1 second per vehicle on average as a result of the traffic related to this development. The intersection of South Main Street and Milldale Avenue, the Route 10 approaches operate at level of service A during all peak hours, and the side street approach of Milldale Avenue operates at level of service B under both the background and combined conditions. At the intersection of South Main Street and Atwater Street in the school driveway, again, the Route 10 approaches operate at level of service A during the peak hours under both the background and combined conditions. The Atwater Street approach operates at a level of service D, as in David, during the morning peak hour. In the background conditions, about 28 seconds of delay on average for that approach. During the afternoon peak, operates at level service C, about 16 seconds. With the addition of the site-generated traffic, that approach will continue to operate at level of service D in the morning peak hour, with a delay of about 29 seconds, so about 1.5 seconds of additional delay. And in the afternoon, it will continue to operate at level of service C with a delay of about 17 seconds, so perhaps an additional 1 second of delay. We also looked at the 2 proposed site driveways. Both of those driveways are proposed to be unsignalized driveways with stop sign approach on the driveway approaches. They both approach Route 10 from the west. We looked at the combined traffic volume conditions. The Route 10 approaches again operate at level of service A during the peak hour, and the driveway approaches will operate at a level of service B during the both the morning and afternoon peak hours at both driveway approaches. In terms of the driveway location and design, again, we're proposing unsignalized intersections with a single lane approach on the side street. We reviewed the intersection site distances at both of the proposed driveway locations. We found that there's in excess of 500 feet of site distance to both the north and the south at each driveway location. And those are adequate for an 85th percentile speed of 45 miles per hour, according to the ConnDOT design manual. South Main Street's posted at 35 miles per hour. The 85th percentile speeds, as recorded by the Connecticut Department of Transportation, are 40 miles per hour in the northbound direction, 39 miles per hour in the southbound direction. So we believe the site distances are adequate. And as you've heard, the level of service on all the approaches are levels of service A and or B. In addition, we reviewed the latest 3 years of crash data from the Yukon Crash Data Repository. The dates we looked at were November 1st, 2022 through November 1st, 2025. We reviewed the accidents on Route 10 between the I-84 ramps and Buckland Street, with those intersections included. The Yukon data presents a total of 11 accidents involving 20 vehicles over that time period. 6 of those accidents occurred at the ramps. There were 2 accidents recorded at Atwater Street, 1 at Working Street, 2 at Buckland Street. No accidents recorded over that 3-year period involved pedestrians of any kind. There were 4 angle accidents, 3 rear end accidents, 2 sideswipe accidents, and 2 accidents involving fixed objects. And that data is presented in our report. So based on this analysis, it's my professional opinion that the existing roadway network has sufficient excess capacity to accommodate the projected increase in traffic associated with the proposed development, and that the traffic volumes associated with the development will not have a detrimental impact on the health or safety of the traveling public. The proposed site driveways are properly located with respect to adjacent intersections and with respect to available site distances, and are properly designed to accommodate the anticipated driveway volumes. If the commission has any specific questions related to traffic, I will be here for the remainder of the evening. I'll be happy to take those at the appropriate time. At this time, I'm going to pass the microphone over to our architect to make a brief presentation on the design of the building.
My name is Peter Bugren. I'm an architect. I'm located at 295 Perkins Street in Bristol. When we designed the project, we had a lot of consideration, a number of units, how do we get it to fit? And ultimately, we came up with this design. We tried to be sensitive to more traditional residential versus commercial types of materials. So we come out of the ground with a masonry base. After that, we go with traditional clapboards for the exterior cladding. We also introduce a horizontal band just around the second floor line to help center the eye or direct the eye a little bit lower so it doesn't seem like the building is as tall as it actually is. We can also consider the fenestration. We included more traditional windows instead of going with commercial type of windows. We went with a gable roof, put some dormers on the roof that there aren't physical spaces behind it, but just to help to break up the length of the roof. The site was used to fit the building in, so the building's at an angle to meet some of the property lines. As Steve had said, we kept it towards the back corner of the property to keep it away from the street, keep it away from the wetlands. And I think that, in my opinion, that we did a pretty good job of coming up with a very aesthetic building that will be a good project for the town. And if you have any questions, I'll be here for the rest of the meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the commission's patience. I just have a couple of things I wanted to just put in the back of the commission's mind as we were hearing my team present, a couple of things I wanted to highlight. So we are preserving the 20 units for the affordable households, which again are at 80% or below the lower of area median income or statewide median income. But wanted to make clear that the remainder of the units in the proposed community will be within the reach of moderate income households. So wanted to make that clear. The commission also has in its plan set a lighting plan, a photometric plan that shows no trespass beyond the property lines. Should the commission have any questions with that, we certainly have Steve and Bart here as well, but we are dark sky compliant. We're a full cutoff. We meet all the metrics on the lighting side of things. And then certainly I leave the architecture to Peter, but wanted to just highlight, commission also has additional elevations in its plan set as well as floor plans. We just included the first floor plan here. It's very similar for the remainder of the floors, but the commission can see that we've evenly distributed the 1 and 2 bedroom units. And then as required by 830G, we've evenly distributed the affordable housing units within that floor plan. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I defer to you, but commission questions and or public comment, it's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
We will open it up for commission questions.
Absolutely.
And then we'll open up the floor for the public to offer their comments. So if you could just stand there to field the questions, I'll
Sure.
ask if there's any questions for members of the commission. Commissioner Coles, you'll lead us off. Can we get the lights back on, please?
Good evening.
Hi,
Hi. Thanks for coming in and your explanation of the project.
absolutely.
So I guess I have questions for the whole panel, so we'll kind of bounce around them and you can kind of point to the person that you want to ask.
Absolutely.
Answer it. First with the zone change.
Yep.
So in the zone change, there's a discussion about maximum density.
Correct.
How did you come upon that maximum density number?
So when we draft these, so I drafted this regulation in consultation with the rest of the team. When we draft these regulations, what we always do is we start with the underlying regulations that apply to the site. We also look, a lot of towns now, which was not the case earlier on in my career, but a lot of towns now do have provisions like the Housing Opportunity District, affordable housing districts. There are a lot of affordable type districts throughout town. So we look at that too. And what we try to do is we try to marry the site plan with the provisions and vice versa. It's a bit of a holistic process. We figure out what we need to put on this site to make the site feasible from a development perspective. We look at what we can work with in the underlying regulations. For example, there's a zoning table in the civil plans that you'll see, and we meet most of the underlying bulk standards in the regulations except for, I believe, height. So I'll look to Steve to confirm that, but I believe height is the only one that we deviate from the underlying regulations. So to answer your question, when we come up with the density for the proposed regulation, what we do is we take the density that we need to make this site work in order to be able to develop the site, both from an engineering and just a cost perspective, and then we kind of back into the density that way. So it's not a linear analysis. It's a little bit of a back and forth, working with, of course, the applicant and then our consultants.
Okay. This is a traffic question. So as far as the parking lot is concerned, so we talked about maximum trips and the high use times of the day, but we didn't really we talked about the roads and the level of service is or isn't affected on the roads. Can you guys talk a little bit about what you project queuing in the parking lot itself, as far as cars trying to get out, because it's a tight parking lot. And I have some concerns about people trying to, especially if you're the guy who's parked down there next to the entrance, is there gonna be an issue of safety if someone's trying to back out while there's cars trying to leave at the same time as somebody's pulling in?
Yeah, so I'll actually have Scott, where's Scott? Oh, he snuck behind me. I'll have Scott answer that.
Again, for the record, Scott Hesketh, based on the capacity analysis calculations, which are presented to you in Table 3, there'd be less than, on average, one vehicle at a time waiting to exit the site driveways during the peak hours. So there will be times there'll be two, but
Let's please, again, refrain from any commentary or vocal support or hollering or anything like that. We're all gonna be respectful of everybody, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Scott.
sure, so that's, the analysis indicates that you're looking at one vehicle. You might have a second one on occasion, but generally speaking, less than one vehicle.
If I can follow up on that then, so, high peak in the morning or in the afternoon, and you have cars coming in, did we look at cars coming in and cars coming out at the same time and how that would affect? Again, I'm referring really to those sections, most likely to the north part, the north entrance of the parking lot, and how those 4 or 5 spots are gonna be affected by people coming and going, because as someone's taking a right, coming south into the parking lot, those spaces right there are gonna be almost in a blind spot. And so I'm just a little bit concerned about there being an incident with that traffic flow in the parking lot.
Yeah, well, again, we're projecting a total of 33 vehicles exiting the site over a 60-minute period and in 2 driveways.
Okay.
Okay, so that's not a large volume of traffic exiting this site during the peak hour. And yes, we are looking at the peak hour of the site overlaid with the peak hour of the roadway. And we're only projecting 10 entering vehicles. And again, you've got 2 driveways, so you've got one vehicle every 20 minutes or every 12 minutes on average entering the site during that peak hours. So are there potential conflicts? There's always potential conflicts anytime you have traffic, yes. But in terms of a capacity issue, we don't have a capacity issue. In terms of a queuing issue, we're not projecting a queuing issue. I don't believe that the traffic entering and exiting the site's gonna have any significant impact on vehicles parked in the parking spaces with the layout that's presented to you.
Thank you. That's that part. He's good.
Okay, Commissioner, if I just also can add, just because we're talking about parking and circulation, we do have in the plan set, and then we did have here as well, we did do a turning plan on site for the Southington's largest fire truck. So the fire marshal has reviewed that, has signed off on it, and if there were a concern with inadequate circulation on site, certainly, I'm willing to bet, that would have been brought up during the fire marshal's review, because of course, potential conflicts with vehicles could potentially conflict with emergency access as well. So that's just an additional layer of protection.
Usually people don't pull out when there's lights and sirens coming, so hopefully they'll stay in.
No, of course not, but if they were already queuing, as was the concern, there would be a potential concern from fire.
Right.
So it's a chicken and the egg problem, but we don't anticipate, neither Mr. Hesketh nor Mr. Judas anticipate any concerns with queuing on site.
Okay, next one is, and again, I apologize for not digging as close as I probably should have, but the parking as it goes to the structure of the building, this might be an architectural question. When the cars pull up to forward facing into the building, where is the entrance into the building? Is it per unit, or is there one main entrance that then individuals will disseminate towards their individual units?
So I can answer that, and then of course my team can jump up if I'm saying it incorrectly. Just because we have the site plan up here, there is one main entrance in the front of the building, and then people will walk into that entrance and then disseminate down the corridor. When you walk into your left, there will be an elevator, so you can go up to the higher floors, but it's one centralized entryway.
And then to that point, is there also going to be curb stops for the cars that pull in?
Yes. Or I will look to Mr. Judas.
Just for the record, Stephen Judas, Cole Civil. The sidewalk will be elevated, so the sidewalk will act as a curb along the building to prevent vehicles from going into the building.
Is there handicap access, like specific spots
There
for
is,
this site?
Yes. 4 handicap spaces are located at this location. At the handicap spaces, the sidewalk comes down to grade to meet the pavement, and then there are ballards proposed for the signs that would prevent any issues with that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And then my last one, I think this is Mr. Evgen. So you had talked a little bit about, and kind of at the end of your presentation, on the 30% set aside.
Yes.
Would be the affordable housing. And then you discussed a little bit more about the rest of the complex being, I think you said moderately priced.
Yes.
So if you could just explain to me, because we did talk a little bit about what your target pricing for the units are for the affordable housing piece.
Yep.
What's your target pricing for what's considered moderately priced?
Yeah, so, and I may have misspoken, it's within the reach of moderate income households. So just wanted to make that clear. So, and to be clear, the rents that will be set for the affordable units, those aren't targets, those are maximum rents that we have to abide by. It's a specific formula set by state statute. We pull the numbers from HUD itself, and then they change a little bit every year, which the applicant has a yearly reporting requirement to the town, so that information will be available to the town. In terms of within the reach of moderate income households, and certainly Mr. Evgen can come up and add to this, but the idea would be, and you can come up if you want, Roy. Putting aside specific numbers, whenever you design a development, you're always trying to design to fill a hole in a market, and I'm looking to the developer because I'm just the lawyer here, but you're trying to fill a hole in the market, and you're also designing to a specific section of the market. These are not, as we discussed, they're not luxury apartments that are going to be extraordinarily expensive with, luxury construction, luxury amenities, which is ultimately reflected in the price. They have been designed in order to accommodate and be within the reach of moderate income households. Because again, the goal here is to provide that housing diversity and housing choice. Roy, did you want to add anything else to that?
Sure. Roy Evgen, it's hard to lock them in now. I mean, you have the prices locked in for the deemed affordable units. To stick to a price, there is developments that are going in around in surrounding towns where they're up, around the $3,000 mark. They're not going to be anywhere near that. Traditionally, you're pricing for 1 bedrooms. There's not a ton of new stock in Southington, particularly. There's very little. A 1 bedroom, I can think of the last thing to sell that was completely redone was, it might be a 2 bedroom. I think it was $1850 in center of Plantsville.
That's a rent.
I believe so, yes. I believe so.
So, and that was kind of my
Yeah.
question leading to that was, for the market rate for a 1 bedroom and a 2 bedroom, what would we expect to see in Southington? Market rate.
So market rate, I mean, it can vary quite a bit. For your affordable units or for the?
No, specifically for market.
Market,
So
okay,
if
for market?
I just wanted to have a comparison for what,
So market in comparison for a nice 1 bedroom unit, I actually, $1,700 in that range. 2 bedroom, a nice brand new brand new unit, 22.
okay. And so the regulatory dollars for these rents would be $1,100 and $1,800 respectively.
For the affordable?
Yes.
For the affordable, yeah, $1,181 for a 1 bedroom unit, which is,
So there are 4 rents, Commissioner, 4 different rents set, because under 830G, you're setting aside 30% of your housing for affordable units, and it's for households at or below 80% or lower of the AMI or SMI, and 15% at or below 60%. So if you had even numbers, 100 units, 30 of them would be affordable, 15 would be for households 80% or below, 15 would be for households 60% or below. So you're actually gonna see 4 calculations in the affordability plan, and they do range between the lower rent for the one bedroom is $1,181. The higher rent for the one bedroom, again, these are the affordable units, is $1,443. And that depends on what income qualification the applicant meets. Are they at the 60% household level or the 80% household level? It's just different levels of affordability. And then for the two bedroom unit, you're looking at $1,495 for, again, the household of the 60% affordability unit, and then $1,834 for the 80% affordables for two bedrooms.
Understood.
Yep.
I'm all set, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Okay.
You all set, Caleb? Okay, Commissioner Britton? Sorry.
I mean, consider my colleague here already talked about traffic. Can somebody point out where Milldale Avenue is in Devonshire condos, where the curb cuts are, where the correlation is? I just want to see how they align.
So I'm gonna ask Steve to just come up here because I have a feeling this is going more to, so Milldale I know is right here to the south, if you can see my mouse
Okay.
hovering.
Yeah.
And actually, I don't know, Steve.
Yeah, actually Devonshire is actually further south. It doesn't,
Is that further south, Steve, of the south entrance?
Devonshire
There you go.
entrance right here. This is the Milldale Ave,
Okay.
and then our curb cuts are really north of Milldale Avenue.
They're both up there?
yes.
Okay. So, you know, I'm looking at the population in that neighborhood with the schools being there. What consideration has there been for that traffic? I mean, I know there's a lot of line of sight conversation from Scott, but, you know, really thinking about just the amount of traffic that's going to be in that general area. I know it says it's in the report, it concludes that's not going to impact anything, but I just see crossing traffic from Milldale Avenue and out of that development. So
So Milldale does not line up with our
Steve, can you
entrances.
get closer to the
Yeah.
microphone?
I'm going to let Scott get into this, but Milldale does not line up with our entrances, so they wouldn't be crossing from Milldale into our site. They'd have to take a right and then take a left into our site. Scott, do you have any additional?
yeah, what's that general distance? It's kind of hard to tell from the maps. Yeah, thanks.
While Steve scales that off. Yeah, well, we're proposing a new development. There's going to be more traffic out here when we're done than there currently is today. But keep in mind that this is a business zone. Although it's currently a single house on that site, it could be developed with a retail development, a bank, CVS, any number of uses. I mean, 12,000 square feet of retail would have twice as much traffic during the afternoon peak hour as this proposed development. The morning peak hour would be 50% higher, you know. There's a development, trip generation development associated with the parcel itself, and this proposed development, in some cases, decreases that traffic volume over what it could be. So, yes, more traffic when we're done than currently, but less traffic than there could be under other types of development. In terms of impacts on the school, I've been out there, I've watched things operate. The school's got 3 driveways. It seems like a lot of driveways to me for a school, but I suppose they're trying to separate school buses from parents and teachers and entering and exiting and all that kind of stuff. You know, but watching the people travel, they seem to know what's out there and what's going on. They seem to be paying attention. I think there's a school concert out there tonight. As I drove by and had dinner, and I was watching, kids were carrying in their things. So there's a concert going on tonight. So it was pretty busy out there, but things tended to move. There's going to be a sidewalk in front of the site, so any students who happen to be living in this development can use the sidewalk, go up to the intersection. There's crosswalks there. I assume that there's crossing guards during the morning and afternoon school time peaks to help kids get across the street. There's sidewalks on the east side of Route 10 running all the way down. So there's provisions for students and to get to and from the school safely. And again, we're adding some traffic, yes, but again, we've got, you know, less than 1 additional vehicle per minute during the peak hour with this particular development. More traffic, yes. A lot of traffic, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, from the renderings, it's kind of hard to tell where the cuts were made and where the cross traffic might be conflict for the neighbors in the area, so thank you, Scott.
And I think Commissioner Steve has an answer to your question.
Thanks, Steve.
It's approximately 125 feet. We can verify that and report back at the next hearing.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And Commissioner, to be clear, you wanted to know the distance between our southerly curb cut to Milldale and the condos?
That's correct.
Okay.
Didn't understand the cross traffic conflict that could potentially be there.
Yep, absolutely. And Commissioner, if I may, just from the legal perspective here, again, not the traffic engineer, but I do want to just distinguish between traffic congestion and traffic safety. They are two separate things. There is sometimes an overlap, but just adding less than one car per minute during the peak hours does not equate to a safety issue. So there is a significant distinction, both from an engineering perspective and then also from a legal perspective regarding congestion versus safety, and something the commission should keep in mind.
Sure, thanks.
You all set? Rob? Commissioner Orlowski.
How many, my question is, what do you anticipate the overall population of the building being?
Overall residents?
All overall, yeah. There's 65 units, so what is a reasonable anticipation?
Commissioner, I don't want to just throw a number out. We will get an answer for the commission because there are certain, you're looking at the type of, the location, the size of the unit, things like that. So we'll get an answer for you. Obviously, we're gonna have at least one person per unit, but we'll get that answer for you.
Right, and a two-bedroom, I would think you'd have two minimum.
Potentially.
So 75 people. I'm just trying to determine how a
The
building
parking?
like this, in order to generate income, is gonna have, you know, potentially 100 or so people, maybe even more. I'm hearing 49 trips in the morning, and I'm trying to equate that to people going to work, and, you know, that number seems exceedingly low to me, and I'm gonna ask our traffic gentleman to come back up and see how that number 49 was derived.
Absolutely. Scott, you should just stay up here.
Again, Scott Hesketh for the record. The trip generation numbers come, again, from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Engineers like myself go out, we go to a development, we do a traffic volume count, we submit the data to the Department of to the ITE, and they calculate, you know, trip numbers, trip generation equations, average trip generation rates. So if you have a 100-unit development, you know, you count 75 trips, well, the trip generation rate is 0.75 trips per unit during the peak hour.
I understand that, but if you don't know how many people are in the building yet, how are you basing numbers of trips when you don't know how many cars or how many drivers are gonna be at this particular thing? Or are you just going on national averages, information put into the computer and it spits it out? Is that what you're saying?
We're going on national averages and/or trip generation regression equations to give us the information. And these are counts taken at, I think there's several thousand, I can't remember the number, there's several thousand studies on residential developments covering hundreds of thousands of residential units included in the databases. But, I mean, someone says, okay, well, there's gonna be 65 units, there's gonna be, say there's 130 people, how can there only be 50 trips? Well, some people work at 7 o'clock, some people start work at 8, some people start work at 9. Some people drive an hour and a half to work, some people walk 3 minutes down the street.
Right.
Some people are on vacation, 10 to 20% of any population's on vacation
Whoa, come on.
at any given time. So, yes, you
You said AM trips, so you just gave me 3 different morning times. I would assume that you're considering
well,
all
we're,
those within the same.
from an analysis standpoint, I'm looking at a 60-minute period. But that doesn't mean that traffic is not entering and exiting over a 4-hour period. So you may have 200 trips over a 4-hour period, but only 55 during the peak 60 minutes. And I'm looking at, from a capacity standpoint, how do we design the driveway? What's our impact on the roadway network? If I'm looking at the busiest 60 minutes of the roadway, and I assume the busiest 60 minutes of our development coincides with that, is there enough capacity of the roadway system to accommodate that traffic? And if there is, I don't care about what happens during the other 23 hours of the day, because the roadway during that peak hour can accommodate that volume of traffic. So by definition, all the other hours of the day can accommodate the traffic volumes from the proposed development. So it's kind of the things, that's an engineering speak. We look at peak hours as opposed to peak periods. That's why we do our peak hour counts, we counted 7 to 9. I'm reasonably confident in the state of Connecticut that that peak hour of 60 minutes falls somewhere between those 2 hours. During the afternoon, we typically count somewhere between 3 and 6, depending on where we happen to be. And because of the school down the street, we counted from 2 to 6, because the school intersection, the peak hour, I think, was 2:30, but the intersection of Route 10 and the highway ramps was actually 3:45. But I use the peak hours for both of those, so I understand your question.
But you understand our concerns, that there's a school there, and, you know, we're just trying to make sure that these numbers are making sense, and, you know, when I hear them, they don't necessarily make sense, so that's why you're getting all the questions, because we're very
certainly understood.
limited to what we can ask you about.
Certainly understood, and
So,
we're trying to give you the answers as fully
Appreciate
and
it.
completely as possible without spending 42 hours talking, because nobody wants to hear traffic reports.
Understood.
Commissioner, may I just add on to that, if you don't mind? And I think this may help not only the commission probably understands a lot of this, but certainly for members of the public who have not yet read through a traffic report. Again, acting as counsel and not as the traffic engineer, the way I always think of traffic reports, and when I review them, I'm always asking our traffic engineer, Scott in this instance, are you looking at what I call the worst case scenario? So Scott took the counts from, and you can slap me if I'm wrong, Scott, but Scott took the counts from the DOT, also took the counts that he did manually on site during those hours. And the idea is always to look at the busiest hour in the morning and the busiest hour in the evening or the afternoon, AM, PM peak. Then you look at the ITE, which is, I will just note, industry standard resource for calculating potential or analyzing potential trips for a new development. It is impossible. You would never have a new development in town, whether residential, commercial, or otherwise, if you wanted exact counts, because how could you do that if you don't have the building built? So traffic engineers across the country rely on the ITE, and I believe, has that data been collected, Scott, since the 70s, is it? Yeah, so it's data, we're now on, I don't know what edition of the ITE. It's data that's been collected nationwide since the 70s. And that's why you have all of these land use codes, so that you can really narrow down on these averages of the anticipated busiest hour number of trips. And then you overlay that on existing conditions. And then just from a practical perspective, I know a lot of people hear 65 units, and then they extrapolate how many people they think will live in the apartment building. They say, how could you only have 40 some odd cars entering and exiting during the busiest morning of the day? The reality is not everyone works on the same schedule, especially during COVID. You have a lot of people who work from home. You have people who work off hours. There are people who work, for example, I have family members who are in medicine. They're leaving late at night and coming back middle of the day. So these numbers that we're pulling from the ITE take into account the reality that not everyone works an 8 to 5 or a 9 to 5. So just to put kind of a practical perspective on how we come to these peak numbers.
My next question, 20 affordable units, what's the breakdown between 1 and 2 bedroom on the affordable?
We prorated it, Commissioner, and I can pull the exact number for you. We prorated it so that because we have the 55 one bed, the 10 two bed, so we did 30% of each of those. So I believe it's 3 of the 2 bed, and then the remainder are the 1 beds, but I can pull that for you in just a second. So Commissioner, the breakdown is at tab 10 of our package, page 12, it's Schedule B of our affordability plan. We have 17, as I mentioned, 17 one-bedrooms, deed restricted affordable, 3 two-bedrooms, deed restricted affordable, so that gets you to the 20. And then the remaining 45 are the market rate.
Thank you. You answered my question. Yeah. 3 seems pretty low for a project like this. You know, we're talking about, you know, I've heard of helping families and such, and 3 2-bedroom is going to accommodate 3 families. So I guess it's better than none. Thank you.
Yep. Commissioner, we will take a look at it. I will just be clear,
I
that's,
shouldn't be editorializing right now, so.
no. Commissioner, we appreciate
I
comments.
think he's asking if you would consider reviewing those for possible revision.
We will review them and get back to the commission. I will note that prorating, when you have obviously an uneven split of bedroom counts in a proposed community, prorating accordingly, so it's 30% of each. It's what the statute requires, and it's usually what a development is underwritten based on, but we will take a look at it.
You all set, Commissioner Walensky?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Gaida?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Are any of these age restricted?
No.
Okay. And then in terms of entering and exiting the building, I know you talked on a different slide that you had the main entrance. Were there different exits or points of entry into the building?
There's one point of entry into the building. And
That's
it's
it?
correct.
What if there's a fire?
Code does not require, and certainly I'll look to our architect. Yep, come here.
Okay. well,
I
hold
hope I
on,
didn't
hold-
misspeak,
hold on.
right, Peter?
Before you do this is going to be the 4th time that I've asked people to give respect to the applicant. I understand that there's a lot of commentary. Everybody's going to get an opportunity to come up to the microphone and make a statement if they wish to. But the commentary or the noise from the audience cannot be tolerated if we're going to get through this in a respectful manner. So for the last time, I'm going to ask people to please withhold their commentary to themselves out of respect of the members here, out of respect of other members of this audience, and out of respect to the applicant. If we're unable to do that, I do have the ability to start removing people, which I do not wish to do. I want to give everyone an opportunity, an equal opportunity, and I will do the same when you get up if anyone made a comment as well. So please, let's all be considerate of each other so that we can hear the answers to the questions that are being asked. It's important for us to be able to make an informed decision, so please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask our architect, Peter, to weigh in on that question, Commissioner.
There's more than one egress.
Oh, I'm
Out
sorry.
out of the building, yeah, there's a
sorry.
stairway at either end of both wings, plus the main entrance on the first floor, to help with control, people not wanted on the property or guests that come and need to be announced first. The main entrance is where everybody's funneled to. There probably will be something in the lobby that they can ring upstairs to let the whoever they're visiting know that they're here and be allowed to enter, go to the elevator. But the state requires that we provide emergency egress. And Joe Versteeg has reviewed that and is in agreement that we're in conformance with the state building code.
So just to clarify, so if we were thinking of this, I know it's not, but if we're thinking of this like a hotel, you have the main entrance in the front, and then on either side, there'll be doors where people can go out?
There's a stairwell at either end that terminates at grade.
Peter,
I'm not
just-
understanding though. So like right where she's pointing, is
So-
there a door at that?
This-
Nope, the other end, go up higher?
No, Commissioner, and I apologize, I misspoke.
This is the main entrance.
Yes,
We have,
yep.
let me do this.
Yeah.
This might be easier for the public to see. Oh, I did it the wrong way. Here you go, Peter, you do it.
So this is the main entrance. And then there's a stairway in the building over here with a door to grade. That's where the sidewalk comes to. And the same thing over here. There's a stairway that goes to an exterior stair, comes down. to
Can we get,
grade on the side.
we have a recording being made here. I need everyone to speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry. There's a main entrance in the apex of the building. Then there's a stairway that terminates at grade at the northern end, or the northeastern, northern end, and one on the eastern end of the building as well.
But now when you say terminate, so it can actually, someone can go outside?
Yes.
Okay. Is there like safety features so people can't prop doors open, so people can like go in and out?
The code requires that the doors be operable at all times, so nothing is.
So I mean, like a hotel, you
Stopped.
badge in, you badge out, like,
No.
so the doors won't be locked?
The door at grade can be locked for entry, but it has to be free to open for
Correct.
egress.
Right, I'm just thinking, you know, unwanted people coming into the building.
So Commissioner, we will take a look at that. I don't believe, I'm looking at Mr. Evgen, I don't believe the plan is to badge in on those side entrances. It's certainly not required by code,
Right.
but we'll take a look at that.
Um,
And my mistake before on the one mode of egress, that was my mistake.
And then, will there be any place for these people to have recreation, any open space? Like, is there a courtyard or something where they can be outside?
There's no courtyard, but there is a passive recreation area to the south here where I believe Mr. LaValle had asked for benches and bike racks and planters. I think perhaps some of the benches or other, again, passive recreation amenities will be included in this southerly portion.
But there won't be any like gas grills or anything like that where people will be outside? Like,
No.
Okay. And then in terms of parking spaces, I just want to make sure that I understood correctly. So is there a total of 74 spaces?
Correct.
Or is it 74 spaces plus 8 EV spaces?
It's the 74, 8 of which will be, will have the infrastructure in for EV.
Okay. So in theory, if there's 74 spaces with 65 units, that doesn't leave much for people who, if there's, you know, multiple drivers in a house, if you have visitors coming, where are people going to park?
So you have the 74, the way we broke it down is 1 per 1 bed unit and 1.9 per 2 bed unit. In 2021, the Connecticut legislature actually passed a statute that prevents commissions from requiring more than 1 spot per 1 bedroom unit. And the floor that the state set was more than 2 spots for 2 bedroom units. We are just under that. Again, 830G is a little bit separate, but I always mention that revision to the statutes in 2021 because it gives the commission a bit of a benchmark to start with. And then when you're looking at 830G, of course, you're going to public health and safety. But I say this, parking comes up, and I think every multifamily community or commercial development, frankly, that we do, no one has more interest in ensuring that the site is sufficiently parked than the owner. Because if you have an undersized parking lot, you have upset tenants or residents who have issues and don't want to live there, and then you're getting complaints from neighbors, et cetera, et cetera. So based, of course, you heard Mr. Evgen testify as to his decades of experience, not only as a realtor, but as a developer, and based on his knowledge and, of course, the combined expertise of our experts, we feel that this parking lot is appropriately sized. I'll also note, just generally speaking, there is a lot of literature out there that I believe there was an article in the Wall Street Journal or something along those lines not too long ago that America is overparked. There are way too many parking spaces nationwide for the amount of vehicles that are actually on the road. And a lot of that is just people misunderstanding, believing that because you have a 2-bedroom unit, you're going to have 2+ people living in that unit and you're going to have a minimum of 2 cars. That is not the case. That's not what the data actually shows. So again, we feel this is appropriately parked and that it will function appropriately for the number of units here.
I just worry that if the event that, you know.
Christine, could you get closer to the microphone?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Please.
I just worry that if people overpark and then, heaven forbid, there's some sort of an event and a fire truck tries to navigate through and people are having visitors, whatever the reason may be, and a fire truck can't get in. That's all.
Understood. And again, we'll take a closer look at the parking. And certainly, I just want to remind the commission, again, I do this respectfully, but it is my job to kind of remind the commission of what the law requires. The commission cannot speculate as to hypothetical what-ifs because my little tagline is, if you really wanted to, you could make a cotton ball dangerous because if you thought hard enough, it has to be based on actual probabilities. It can't be speculative. So things like there might be a situation that's not appropriate for an 830G application. I'll also note there's just a general legal provision, and I see your town attorney isn't here anymore, but certainly I encourage the commission, if it has questions, to ask the town attorney. There's a number of cases that make clear that because of this issue with speculation or concerns with speculation, that the applicants for any land use application, but an 830G in particular, is entitled to a legal presumption that its residents, and general members of the public will comply with all applicable laws. So if there is signage, which we can certainly incorporate additional signage on site of you shall not park in the middle of a lane or in areas that are not allowing parking, you will be towed at the owner's expense, we can certainly incorporate more signage, but we are entitled to a presumption that people will comply with that. So I just wanted to remind the commission of that.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely, thank you.
You all set, Commissioner Gaida?
I am, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Commissioner Salmieri, I saw your hand up.
My questions, and thank you for the presentation. My questions are regarding parking as well.
Okay.
So you said there's 74 spots.
Correct.
Parking spaces. And there's 55 one-bedroom units, that's 55 cars, and 10 two-bedroom units. And I know you said 1.9, but technically that's 20 more cars. That's one more car than there are spots. That aside, per your comments, can you, have you considered that when people come to visit, they're going to be driving to visit the people that live there, where are they going to park safely?
And Commissioner, again, I go back to the benchmark that the state set, which was no more than one per one bed, no more than two. The commission can require no more than, and again, these are non-830G applications. It's just that benchmark I always mention, cannot require more than 2 parking spots for units of 2 or more bedrooms. So we're very, very close to that here. And of course, this is an 830G, but I think it's a common misconception that every 2-bedroom unit is going to have 2 vehicles.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. What I'm asking though is, have you considered the visiting cars that come to that location, and the safety concerns that may arise when they come to that location? I.e., there's no spot for me to park there when I live there, but because someone else is in my spot, so I have to park somewhere else. And have you considered expanding the parking area is what I'm asking.
So Commissioner, what I'll do is we'll take a look at that. I'll also discuss with the applicant potentially reserving spots for particular units and any other measures we can think of to ensure that parking is appropriately controlled. We'll take a look at that.
Thank you. That's the only
You
question.
all set, Joe? Any other questions for members of the commission? Okay. I'm gonna throw some out there, but in courtesy to members of the public here in the hour of the day it is, I'm gonna save some of those probably for next time. So, but I do want to get some record established here, right? You had mentioned, Attorney Gomez, that the DEP had opined on a spotted turtle population in this area, and that you were agreeable to including that as a stipulation as part of whatever we end up doing here. There's 3 different ones, so I'll hit all 3 of them and ask for your response or confirmation. Additionally, you had noted that in conversation with our acting town planner that the boundaries of the proposed zoning text amendment, that you would agree to tighten those up from where they currently sit in terms of our packet and what's been submitted by yourself. And then lastly, you had mentioned that you had agreed to a suggestion by the Southington Fire Department to add a fire hydrant as part of the plans. Are you looking for those to be stipulations? Will you be providing revisions to what we currently have on record? I might suggest, not to sway you, that it would be cleanest if you just provided us with revisions as opposed to us stipulating things.
Mr. Chairman, my job is to provide a clean record. That's why I'm here.
Okay.
I only mentioned that we would be willing to accept those as approval conditions should the commission have felt that it was ready to close the public hearing tonight. And if we had felt as well, right, because the applicant, I will often ask for a continuation myself if I feel the need to address things in writing. But because we know we're continuing the public hearing, we have a variety of additional questions we need to respond to. We will be submitting responses in writing, confirming. Typically what I do is I have a list of approval conditions that I suggest. It's in usually at the end of a memo. Mr. LaValle will review them, the commission will review them, and then we work on language. So
Okay,
we will do that in
Then if I
writing.
can request that you submit revisions to those, just
absolutely.
between now and our next hearing, which is in a couple weeks, so.
Absolutely, we'll
okay.
do our best
I
to do it in
appreciate
time.
that. You mentioned that at some point, I think it might have been Steve who mentioned that the crossing, your exit and entrance into this site, does not conflict with the crossing at JFK Middle School. JFK Middle School was completed, that project was completed, I would guess, probably about 5 or 6, maybe even 10 years ago. Of course, we acknowledge that this project was not envisioned by the people who planned out JFK Middle School. But more importantly, my question to you is there any thought or consideration that might be given to providing a crosswalk somewhere along your site to allow any students who may be residing in your building, should it come to pass, over to the middle school area, or are we going to try to push those kids down the street?
So, Mr. Chairman, we will take a look at a crosswalk. Again, we're going to take a look at all of the commission suggestions and requests before the next meeting. But I do want to note, there is existing, I'm trying to look at the best visual that we can provide.
I'm sure there's crosswalks there now. I'm just wondering, as just in consideration of the people that might be or looking to reside in that building. I'm just asking you to look at that, please.
We will. And Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to point out, there is existing sidewalk that we're connecting to the north of our building, and then crosswalks at Atwater. There are currently no crosswalks on the east side of South Main, so just something for the commission to keep in mind, but we
Okay.
will look at it nonetheless.
So I'm glad you bring up sidewalks. Sidewalks were mentioned. Our regulations typically require a sidewalk at a project like this, being that it's an A30G. I'm not quite sure that applies. I consider it a safety matter or a matter of safety. I think that Steve mentioned that you're including sidewalks on the architectural renderings. I don't see sidewalks, so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that you are including sidewalks along this entire site as part of your plan.
Yeah, I'm going to double check with Steve. Renderings are sometimes, they don't necessarily pick up on all the site features. They're really meant to give the commission an idea of the building, but I'll turn this over to Steve just
Okay.
for the record to
Thank
confirm.
you.
Again, Stephen Judas with Cole Civil. Mr. Chairman, while we talk about the sidewalks around the building, there's an existing sidewalk here. We're proposing to continue that across the frontage of the property. However, this location, there's a guardrail and the topography drops off towards the wetland. So we did stop the sidewalks at the entrance.
Again, I saw it on the plan. I didn't see it on the rendering, so I was a little bit confused. I just wanted to make sure. The last question I'll ask tonight has to do with side and rear clearance. On sheet C1, which, no, I think that's actually it, yep.
Yes.
In the rear of the building, on the north side,
Right here, Commissioner, where,
I'll point it out here. In this area right here, in the back
Yep.
here. You show a clearance of between 10.92 feet to 11.96 feet. On the back side over here, which is to the west, there's a clearance of 26.75 feet. And in this area, you show a clearance of, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's somewhere in the 10-foot range, okay? I'm not being exact. We have buildings back here. If you bring up sheet or slide 20 of your presentation, which is an architectural rendering, which that one right there, that looks awful tight. I think you would agree. Here's what I'm concerned about. In the event of a fire incident in the rear of your building, a fire equipment and personnel would need to be able to get back there potentially to address it. I'm going to suggest that clearance or proposed clearance of roughly 11 feet, particularly in this area, and even to some extent in this area, for them to circular the building to get back there and access this area is not quite sufficient. Can we please look at potentially repositioning the building to allow for a greater clearance in that area, particularly given the fact that that you have plantings back there, which the fire personnel would have to navigate. I think it presents a potential issue in terms of safety for those residents that might be residing in the backside of the building. So I would ask that you would please look at that. And the last thing I'll say is that you mentioned that, and I'm not trying to be argumentative here, but I think it's an important point, that no one is more concerned about parking and providing adequate parking than the owner of the building. I might suggest to you that isn't exactly accurate. I think the residents of the community have a vested interest in making sure that there's adequate parking to not allow for spillage, because when people don't have adequate parking in the lot, where are they going to park? In this area, where they're going to end up parking is on the street. And them parking on that street, knowing what I know about this community, which we have legal standing and opinion to be afforded a certain leeway here as commission members and residents, knowing what I know about that area, anyone parking on that street is a potential danger, not just to themselves, but to other people who are traversing a 2-lane road next to a highway, next to a school. That presents a dangerous situation for a lot of people. And I just think that with all due respect, we need to make sure that we consider that as well. I get that you're meeting the requirements in terms of the number of parking spaces, but I've been down this road before on an 830G in a similar situation next to an elementary school. And concern, I think legitimately so, was raised as to people parking on the roadway in the event that someone's having a Christmas party or someone's having a graduation party or some other event is necessitating that parking lot is full. They're not going to park in these other lots. They're not going to park in the school lot and walk down. They can't do that. They're going to end up parking on the roadway. And that presents a potentially dangerous situation for anyone who's involved. So again, with all due respect, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I just want to make sure that that's said and that you take that into consideration as well.
We certainly will. We'll look at signage, for example, along the street frontage and other manners of addressing that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And I lied a little bit. I'm going to ask one other question because comments were made about affordable units in the town of Southington. Did you guys review our housing plan that we
Your
submitted
affordable housing
in
plan? 22?
Yeah.
Yes.
You reviewed that as part of this application as well?
Yes.
Because that statement isn't backed up by what's included in that housing plan.
Housing plan was from 2022. The 2024 Connecticut, the 10% list, it's the list that's updated every year.
I know.
Those are two different numbers. So we're going with the most updated. That's
Well, there's something called naturally occurring affordable housing, which is highlighted in our housing plan. And the comments that were made didn't consider that, according to figures of 2022, which is 2 years ago, essentially 3 years ago, if you want to be technical about it, we had a naturally occurring affordable housing number roughly at 50%, or a little bit south of 50%. But it certainly shows that we have a diverse degree of affordable housing in the town of Southington. And I just want to make sure that that's on the record as well. I was here when it was done. A lot of the members were here when it was done. So I can't let that pass without making sure that that's out there, so.
No, and Mr. Chairman, if, with all due respect, I do have to just put this on the record. I'm not trying to be argumentative, but just to be clear to the commission, the 10% list is there to just give the commission, or the town rather, a benchmark for the number of its affordable housing units, whether deed restricted or governmentally assisted. It does not include naturally occurring affordable housing. If it did, a lot of towns would be above the 10%. And honestly, the policy reasons behind that make sense because naturally occurring affordable housing can change tomorrow. Deed restricted there's a finite time, there's certainty as to, and also typically when there's governmental financing or funding, there are certain parameters that set the affordability. So there is certainty there. And it's very common, Mr. Chairman, that we talk about naturally occurring affordable housing. I'm not disputing that that may exist in Southington. It's noted in your plan, but it does not tip the scales here in terms of the 10% list in 830G.
Absolutely acknowledge that according to 830G, that our number needs to be at 10% in order to be relieved of the burden of 830G. We are not at that number. I think you cited it's roughly about 5.5.
Roughly, yes.
So we are, I think, unit-wise, that would be roughly about 700 units need to be added to Southington's current affordable units. And while I might think that that's an impossible number for us to logistically ever hit, short of a gigantic development, which I don't foresee coming, but I certainly acknowledge that the 10% list under 830G is a list that matters. But I just want to make sure that the record is clear that there's disagreement on terms of our diversity of affordable units in town, if you will, notwithstanding the state's definition of what's affordable.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I'll also point the commission again to, and not trying to be argumentative, just putting it out there, that the affordable housing plan does say that about 4,500 households, which is about 1 in 4 households, are cost burdened within the town of Southington. So again, notwithstanding the fact of the 50% naturally occurring affordable housing, you still have 1 in 4 households are spending more than 30% on housing.
Okay.
So lots of figures here.
We made our point.
Yes,
so,
no, absolutely, both of us.
That's all fair, so I appreciate that.
No, thank you.
Unless you have anything else, I'm going to open it up to members of the public, but before I open it up to members of the public, we are going to have a bathroom break, so, but the floor is still yours if you have anything else, or
No,
if you're ready to.
Mr. Chairman, I
Okay.
defer to the commission. Thank you for your time. And then if I may, Mr. Chairman, just 2 seconds at the end of public comment, just in case I have any responses that I feel need to be made verbally. I am always mindful of reading the room. If it's late, I will keep them brief, but.
Yeah, and that's going to be asked for, and I'll help you read the room too, so.
No,
we'll see.
I got it.
Okay, so with that, it's now roughly about 9 o'clock. We're going to take let's say a 10-minute bathroom break. Members of the public and members of the commission are reminded that they're not to speak about this with anybody outside in the bathroom break. And please be courteous to each other, and let's try to get back here by 9:10, please. Okay, if everyone could take a seat, and we're going to reopen the meeting. I am going to say at the onset that we have a couple of other items on our agenda tonight outside of this 830G application. We're required to end our meetings no later than midnight. I've been here before. It wasn't on an 830G application. It was on a different application where we did actually go to midnight. If the public hearing is still going on at the 11:30 hour, I am going to pause it and ask people's consideration just so we can get through those other items on our agenda. And I'm not saying that I hope that it goes that late, but I do have a policy of, and this is another way how we operate differently. We do not put time limits on people when they come up to speak. We have 5 letters in opposition that have been submitted to members of the commission. If you are one of those people, you don't need to get up and read whatever you've submitted to us. We have that. Likewise, if you want to submit a written letter to the commission, that will be put into our file and will be considered as well. With that, as we usually do, if there's anyone in the public who would like to speak in favor of this application, please come up to the podium, start with your name and address so we can get that on the record, and please share your thoughts. Everyone is again reminded to be respectful to who's ever speaking so that we can hear them. And I would do the same for anybody in this room or in this town, frankly. We all need to show respect to each other. So again, if there's anybody who'd like to speak in favor of the application, please come to the microphone. Going twice? All right. Oh, all right. Okay, okay. No problem. If there's anyone who would like, okay, so seeing no member of the public who is here tonight who wish to speak in favor of the application, is there anybody who would like to speak in opposition to the application? A lot of hands. Let's try this. Let's start from the front row, and then let's move our way back. So, gentleman in the green shirt, again, if you could start with your name and your address, please.
My name's Kurt Lundy. I live at 1048 South Main Street, Unit 27 in Plantsville. Mr. Chairman, I think the applicant has certainly done a fine job of presenting the facts in their application and responding to questions from the commissioners. However, understanding from your introduction this evening that your only reasons for declining an application would be a health or safety issue, if I understood it correctly.
You did.
Okay. I have one of those letters that's in your record now, a letter of opposition. But I want to discuss or make comment that regarding the traffic situation on South Main Street in this proposed site, I understand the engineer's report. I understand how statistically he can build, or present that this is not going to create a problem. If you have ever been on South Main Street at the beginning of the school day, at the end of the school day, or during one of their events, you cannot drive down South Main Street. The traffic backs up, and the entrance at the north end of the proposed site would not be usable because the traffic backs up that far. So studies and statistics are fine, but if you go out there yourself and look at this traffic jam situation, we have people that park out on Working Street and their children walk the sidewalks from Working Street to get to the middle school. It's that bad. So I don't see how this traffic report, as well done as it was, really focuses on safety of that area and the congestion that exists. My wife, in fact, was walking out on South Main Street, near Working Street, and somebody came from out of nowhere and actually hit the back of her foot. It was like, you know, that area has a lot of traffic, and that traffic report that the average speed was 39, 40 miles an hour, I'm not believing that either. I'm sorry. Because I walk my dog, I go out there with my wife to do that, and some of the traffic that you go on there, including motorcycles, is ridiculously fast. So that's my biggest concern relative to safety. So take that comment, and you know, the applicant spends a lot of time, effort, money preparing for this application, and in some ways, with the time that we have to prepare as respondents in the public, feel a little bit like bringing a knife to a gunfight here. But having said that, that's fine. We'll try to bring our opposition to it as best we can. Thank you.
Well, I think, Kurt, if I might.
Yes.
I think that one of the values of opening this up and under the requirement of having a public hearing on matters such as this, I think one of the values is that you bring your daily experience and knowledge of the area to the forefront. And I think that that's something that, you know, while a traffic report will capture a snapshot, I think that it's important for us all to hear what that, again, daily knowledge and experience of that specific area is as somebody who lives right there.
Mm-hmm. And I appreciate your comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over to someone else.
Kurt, sit tight. Just, is there any other
I'm
members
sorry.
of the commission who have
Any
any
other
questions?
questions,
Or no? Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right.
We'll take it into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Way over, you're way out of my sight line. You know, I got tunnel vision. I see a man with a black hat on, and I'm like, okay, he's next. Ladies before gentlemen. She's sitting in the front row, so.
Susan Zabahansky, 28 Working Street. I live on Working Street for over 13 years. I can tell you that the traffic study was probably done in the summertime. If anyone lives there, they know that during school hours, the traffic backs up. I live on Working. I can't get out of my street sometimes. I have to go around the other way to get out of Working Street if I'm taking a left onto Working onto South Main. It backs up. People park along Working Street during school hours. During events, it's parked all the way down. And if I don't leave, like I said, within a certain period of time in the morning, I have to go around and go down and up Old Turnpike to get that way because it just backs up. The traffic backs up. It's already a safety nightmare because some people turning left into JFK, there's cars trying to get around there. So I would request an independent study be done of the traffic there, other than just what was presented today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Sue. Can I just ask you a question?
Sure.
Based on your experience and knowledge of the area, are you saying that traffic is an issue all the time? Is it pronounced on school days? Is it
School day.
pronounced during school?
It's definitely during school days. I'm
events
going to
and-
be honest. Definitely during school days, Mr. Chairman.
And the hours of JFK, I assume, are the same as they are at the Apollo, which is roughly about 8:30 and then let out is about 2:45-ish in the
Yeah, except the
afternoon?
traffic backup is generally like more in the morning, like earlier than 8:30. So it's like
So it's more a
from
drop
10
off
of
and
8, like a
release.
drop-off situation when the buses are trying to get in there. That's definitely a concern.
and-
And you know, I mean, anyone who knows me knows I am totally for capitalism, people doing what they want on their land. But there is, you know, I'm definitely for that, but there is definitely a safety concern in that area during that period of time. It's only one lane each way, and people are trying to pass around buses or, you know, and then there's a crossing guard there. I mean, so there's definitely a traffic issue
Okay.
during school hours. Maybe not in the summer, you know.
So I have a child who full disclosure, I have a child who goes to DePaulo. He's in
Yep.
6th grade.
Yep.
Pleasant Street is the
Yep.
frontage street out there. That backs up significantly. I live on
Yep.
Hobart right here,
Yep.
so, you know, I make sure that I avoid that if I can. My kid's a walker, so.
Yep.
But I know that the crossing for the kids, while I think people are significantly, predominantly, almost exclusively considerate of that, it does get a little bit dicey. Would you say the same out on,
I would
in the
think,
JFK area?
I think it's worse. I think that Pleasant Street area is there's a little bit more room there. I mean, there's coming in
It's a
from
little bit
two
more
different.
rural, if you
yeah.
want to say. I would agree with that,
Yeah, this is a lot narrower. I mean, like I said, there's people who try to pass buses or cars, and you really can't. I mean, there's no way for some, if the car is even pulled all the way to the left of the line, you're not passing on the right. So it gets pretty dicey during the morning. And I'll be honest, it's definitely during school hours. That situation doesn't generally happen during the summertime. But even during events that they have there when people are trying to get out of there, just adding more, traffic to that area without making the road bigger, it's not going to be good.
Okay.
So-
One final question,
Sure.
and another one based on my knowledge and experience of the town. And again, I live on Hobart. We call it Hobart Highway. Our speed limit is posted at 25 miles an hour. And while the applicant stated, and I think rightly so, there's a presumption that people are going to adhere to the traffic laws, right? That almost never happens on Hobart and other streets.
South Main might as well be 84.
And you almost can't even put a time of day on it because it's always. I don't care if it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't care if it's 2:30 on a Saturday. Almost nobody adheres to the traffic limit or speed limit on Hobart, and I know on other streets as well.
Yeah.
Would you say that the same applies to South Main Street as well?
Absolutely. I don't even know what the speed limit is, but people are going
The
over 40.
The school zone's going to be tight.
It's supposed
I mean,
to be tight.
that's probably a 25 mile an hour speed limit.
Yeah,
out
it's
there.
not, I would say the average speed is
Okay.
probably 40 or 45 definitely on that road. And I hear people at night racing on that road.
Yeah.
And it's used a lot for, I'll hear sirens, the fire department comes, it's a main road. I mean, so I'm few houses in on working, so like maybe 3 or 4. But I can hear the speed going by, yeah.
Thanks. So any other questions for members of the commission? Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Sir in the black hat. Give me a name and I won't call you that anymore.
Mark Salus, S-A-L-U-S, Mark.
Okay. What do you got, Mark?
Directly
Hey,
related
Mark,
to this.
before you start, could you give us your address, please?
1082 South Main. This white spot on a right in the right corner. This is my place, red brick
You
building.
own the jewelry store, correct?
That's me. I friend of mine. I clean my sketches and did design. It's very exceptional building with the hip roof turn 60 degrees. And I made, because I'm jeweler and I'm also have background Warsaw Art Academy, so a designer. So I create the gallery with the jewelry. I'm making my jewelry because I'm a master jeweler, certified master jeweler from a member of Guild of Goldsmiths from Warsaw, Poland. And so I have skills. So I'm making my pieces, making jewelry, and I want this part of South Saddington make exceptional, make really, really nice. And 34 years ago, I put this building, put this building, I was general contractor on the building, and I established on 1/4 of this building, it is non-conforming use, so 1/4 of the building, it's a jewelry gallery, the designer gallery, and I want this way I did contribute to town and to image of a town.
Hey, Mark, can you raise your concerns about this application, please?
Yes. Okay, so the thing is that my parking lot, this is very compact place for this type of project. My parking lot is constantly clogged up. The people constantly parking on my parking lot to the point, especially like in the schools, there was no mention, but there are almost every evening event full of cars coming back and forth, and they to the point they parking on my four narrow spots on my parking lot, so I cannot even open a gate. I cannot even go if I have some engagement in a town or something, because people with disregard that this is private property, this is business, they just parking on it. Just we've been leaving for the meeting, and then two cars already park on my place. So it's like, moreover, there's a lot of people walking because they open the pantry somewhere in the area. So a lot of people walking and cutting across on my parking lot. So it's already very crowded. I cannot imagine how this. I want to ask Nobel Commission to help me out, because this project gonna kill my business. And I for 35 years, people happy, and I serve our community. Why are we doing things like this? Is this the only choice? I'm Democrat, so I'm completely for social causes. Unfortunately, I think that this place is not the proper place. When I was building my place, town hall didn't allow me to put the entrance to the Route 10 because they said this interfere with the traffic. Route 10, old highway. And so my entrance to my place is from Atwater. And then now all of a sudden I see the two entrances that they're planned. How this possible? There's a school entrance right across. How this is possible?
So Mark,
that's all.
Just to maybe answer your question, I know you submitted a letter, or your wife submitted a letter to the commission, which we have on record. So we will take all those comments and things into consideration. Number one. Number two, this is an A30G application. It's not subject to consider or our ability to restrict it the same way that your site was restricted when you came before a commission, whenever it was, for your site. So that's how that happens. To answer your question, let me ask you something. You mentioned that your parking lot is full on a regular basis.
Yes.
I don't know how many spaces on there. It doesn't matter to my question. Based on your daily experience and knowledge of that area as being out there on a regular basis, do you routinely see cars parked along the roadway throughout the day or at certain times during the day?
Yes, I see this. I see this every single day.
Okay.
Every single day I see the line of the cars. Actually, there was a situation that my wife approached the cars that going to the school because everybody was staying, and she had this flyer so the people will know. People was absolutely confused and surprised that the project like this is going on. So we want to let the people know what someone is preparing for us.
So when you say every single day, let me drill down a little bit deeper on that. That would
every single evening even.
Okay, so that would assume that 7 days a week, or are we only talking during school days, or are we?
No, Sundays are nice.
Okay. Okay.
And then we have a beautiful wetland. We see the deers. We see the bobcats. We see in a river live the animal with silver river otter. So living in, and we observe them, and we see them. They're walking. There was a couple times they enter our property, and we love this space in this place. It's beautiful. The customers love it because it's nice and quiet and secluded, and we see a lot of wildlife. And these things are gonna get wiped out as well, for sure. It's not gonna stay there.
Okay. Any other questions for Mark? Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you.
We'll take your comments in your letter into consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, good
Hi.
evening. My name is Grażyna Salus. My husband Mark. I live on 1082 South Main Street, and I am neighbor to the proposed changing zone on 1104. And I don't understand, and maybe before even I start talking, I'm gonna clarify. On my information letter, was that this hearing is about changing zone. This is hearing about changing zone from business zone to affordable housing zone. And now we're talking only about affordable housing zone. So if I am wrong, you have to tell me, because all my preparation is about changing zone from business to affordable houses.
Okay, so the proposal, and this is typical, as I said at the beginning of an 830G application, the first step is to change the zone for that specific site. What we've asked the applicant, and I think the applicant, I don't want to put words in her mouth, she can certainly talk about it afterwards, or affirm or deny or tell me I'm wrong or whatever she wants to do, has agreed to tighten up the proposed boundaries of the zone change. A zone needs to be changed in order to allow for the affordable housing component. The affordable housing component is guided by state statute. And I'll use perhaps harsh words, but to be as succinct as possible about it, state statute overrides local zoning in this instance.
And I disagree with this. I'm
The
sorry.
local zoning only has certain things that we could take into
I'm
consideration.
disagree with this. I'm sorry, with all respect, I disagree with this. Town has a
I'm not stating,
ten,
I'm stating what the statute says. So-
yes,
so-
but town has a responsibility and they has an option to make own decision.
We do not, in this instance, we do not have an option. In this instance, we are directed strictly by the state statute. We do not have an option.
What
That's I tried to
what you
lay out.
referring to state statute? Read it to me. Where is in the state statute
it's state
that you
statute.
cannot that you have to change the business zone to affordable housing?
It's not just a business zone, it's any zone. We had an R80 application up here 3 years ago to change an R80 zoned area. Hold on, I'm gonna answer your question. The state statute is section 8-3G. That's the state statute. That state statute states all the things that I said at the beginning of as a preference to the meeting. We can only consider public health and safety. Everything else is taken out of our hands. Whether you agree with that state statute or not, we could debate that. This is not the place, though, because it doesn't matter. It is what it is.
So are you saying that on this business zone, you don't have any say? The town doesn't have any say? I'm sorry, but
The entire business zone in that area is not going to be changed. What is looking to be changed, and again, what we've had a conversation with the applicant tonight about, and staff had it earlier, is that specific site at 1104 South Main Street, that be changed to an affordable housing zone. We call
So
it
the
a workforce
decision-
housing zone. There's all kinds of different names for it. It's all guided by state statute 8-30G.
But the Connecticut also passed the Public Act to promote only the affordable housing and then grant municipal more flexibility, but you still have a responsibility to take care of the residents and listen what they're saying. I absolutely, now I have to address this. I heard before coming, it came to my concern that some people in town already say and believe the decision is already made, that's set in stone. The Saddington cannot do anything. But Saddington must adhere to the state of government guidance, and that the public hearing is merely a, legal formality, that everything is already done. So why is the hearing? And then,
This is, again, it's all guided by that state statute. Let me maybe.
why is the hearing? So we were having informal hearing?
I'm not saying, nor does it matter whether I agree or you agree or anyone else agrees with the state statute as being a good one. I'm not saying that. That's not up for debate. That's not something that we can remove ourselves from. We are obligated legally to adhere to the state statute. specific to your site, right?
Yes.
To that location. My hope, and I think that the applicant is indicated some agreement to hopefully revising their application, is that will continue to be a business-zoned site. The only site that would be changed, again, I hope, is the site specific at 1104 South Main Street.
So what
It's
you
not
ta-
going to affect, in terms of how other properties are zoned, it's not going to affect, hopefully again, wouldn't affect anything else. So your location, I don't know what the address is, but your location would continue to be a business zone.
This doesn't look right. We talk about spot zoning, and this is really many times not ethical and not really legal. And you can say that this is not spot zoning because the statute of affordable housing, but I feel that affordable housing here is a bite. So we focus on affordable houses, and then we forgot that people live behind this building, proposal building, and they don't have, and they will not have lights in the rooms because it's so high. And also, when you agree to changing the zone, you're losing the power as a city to control the 830G. Because they can do, and they told you today a few times, this is by regulation, this is by regulation. This is how the developer getting extra money. They say, we give you 20 apartments, and I am clinical psychologist. I fight for my patients, for the housing. But this is not right the place. This is not right the apartments building for patients. But this is the bite for town. We're gonna have more apartments. Why not take care properly? We as a community should know why this particular spot. There is no other place where we can put affordable housing? Did developer look for other places, assess, rejected? If so, why? What was the reason? I think Soddington has a places for affordable houses. But also, when you're telling that we don't have any say in changing the zone from business to housing, what about your vision from 2022 or 2023? The Route 10, as a vision for planning and development, was the corridor of business for Soddington. And I was driving today from downtown Plainsville to my home, and I saw 2 new businesses just ready to open. And now we're gonna lose this zone, one particular property for the affordable housing when we can develop the business? I don't understand this. I really don't understand this. And Marco is not really able to verbalize, but you're gonna lose the business because we won't succeed with this the apartment building. We will have to close out. So you're losing one particular property which can develop business, and potentially you're losing us. Not good feeling after 35 years working for community, and we never really advertise. People know us. They come to us. They trust us. Do we care? Do you care about people already here? You care about other people, but you don't care about residents? That's sad. I'm sorry. That's very sad. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you for coming out tonight. Okay, let's move to row number 3. No, not yet, Manning. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, someone out of my peripheral vision. I got to look more to my left. It's not a habit I'm used to. Hold on. Yeah, no, I need you to come up here. No, okay, here, I have a pointer, all right? I'll let you use it. Pam, come here, before you go up there, because they're gonna show you how to use this, and you can take it back there with you, okay? So if you just push that, right, it's gonna give you a red light. See the red light right there? All right, and that will reach all the way up there, so you go ahead. The power of the pointer, Pam. With great power comes great responsibility, though, so let's be careful.
Okay. If my cat was here, Daisy, she would love this. Okay, my name's Pam Kastner, and I happen to live...
Pam, could you give us your address, please?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. 456 Atwater Street. So I live in this U-shaped building right behind this project they want to put. I particularly live right in that corner, okay? In that corner, I have, well, actually in that corner, and then all this way, all of those houses, or all the people that live there, we're gonna have to move, because that building is going to be like from me here to maybe the beginning of where you are right there. There's some forsythia bushes. I have grass and woods right now. It's gonna start right there.
I think the plan shows it at about 11 feet.
Right, okay, a whole big
Okay,
10 feet.
okay, members
from
of the
my
audience,
building.
again,
Okay.
let's-
So there we go, so there's number one. It does not seem to be the right place to be putting a building like this. I understand it's a beautiful building, though the parking does seem to be challenged. It's not the right place to put this building. I live right there. If you want to know what it's like when the kids get out of school at 2:30, you've got people lined up on that road right there because they're waiting to pick up their children, and everybody has to stand in line, and it just doesn't make sense. And then safety, Chairman, as you had mentioned. Look in that corner, okay? Like you said, what if there's a problem with fire behind there? How are they going to get behind there? The fire truck is going to what? Come down Atwater if they can get there, maybe? But how is it going to do that? Because it isn't Atwater, it's in front of us. So are they going to come on this grass behind the jeweler's home to get there? You know what I mean? And they're going to drive in the grass there between their building and mine, where there's so-called trees there, but there are no trees now, but I'm assuming they're going to be planting them. How's the truck going to get back there if there's snow? How is that safe? How, if there is a fire in one of the buildings that faces me, how is anybody going to get and help them? It just doesn't make sense. A school zone, limited space, one-lane highway kind of road thing, it just doesn't make sense to put it there. It may not be a bad building to do somewhere else. God knows we could use more housing in Southington. This isn't the solution. Thank you.
Pam, could I just ask one, go back up there. Oh, you can bring that back to me. Thank you. Thank you.
You want me to go back up here?
Yeah, I just want to ask you a quick question, please.
Okay.
So based on your experience and your living arrangement out there, is it fair to say that you don't feel like if there was an incident which required the fire department, for example, to get in the rear of your building or your residence, that there would be enough clearance for the fire department to do that in an adequate and efficient manner?
You just said it right there. I don't see how that would happen at all. And then
Okay.
if there's snow, you've got all snow behind there. There's grass. I have a deck out there. How is a truck going to get in through the snow? You know, we could get a snowstorm here.
I'm not even necessarily speaking of a truck. If we had to get a ladder back there to be
I
able
don't
to
know, you're going to be
access
on
the
grass and,
residence.
you know, it's going to be right next to my building.
Okay.
So God forbid, a fire flame will just jump over to
Okay.
me.
All right.
Okay?
Thanks for coming out tonight, Pam. Appreciate it. Okay, are we done with the second row now? I got to look all the way down, sir, so go ahead, you're up.
John Bennell, 1025 South Main Street, the corner of Workin. Right in front of my house, there's a no parking from my driveway to the corner. Every day, there's somebody parked there. My front sidewalk, every street down South Main has a kitchen at the bottom of every street. The only one that doesn't have it is the street that we're on the corner. I called the state, they said it's the town. I called the town, they said it's the state. That front sidewalk is one sheet of ice. And you say that you care about safety of the children. If one of them kids tripped on that sidewalk, I get in trouble, the town gets in trouble. Because where's the water gonna go? It sits in the corner on the sidewalk. I tried to lift it up when I had the guy pave my driveway. I should not say this. He put a little patch in there to bring it up a little so the kids don't slip and fall. You're saying safety. You know, like you said, South Main, parking. The school has things. There's always people pulling up on the curb on both sides of South Main. No matter what you do in parking, you're always going to get this problem. For one, it's in the school zone. Two, when they rebuilt the school, they said, oh, we'll put up trees, we'll do this, we'll do that. Light, generator running 24/7. There's nobody in school. What's going to happen? You're wasting the town money. Okay? I got a gym, looks right into my house. You got the lights on the building shining right into my house. How can I sleep and get up and go to work at 5 o'clock in the morning when the light is in my house? Everybody on Working Street will stand up and say it's true. Because that light is so big, it's got to be this big, easily, okay? And it shines right across the field. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, you hear people racing around the parking lot, spinning tires. You know, come on, what is this town coming to? I've been here 20 years. I moved from Meriden. I upgraded. Okay? We bought a house in Southington. I love it. I love the town Southington. Now, where I come from, this don't happen. I came from Branford, okay? Stony Creek. Now, you're talking about money. That's where this thing should be, okay? It's a beautiful building, beautiful. I love it. I love the color blue. For one, it's up against the other building. I don't like that. Two, it's up against the jewelers. That should not happen. He started his business years ago in this town that everybody loves. Now, my wife's family is a Sorbello. They had Sorbello Estates, okay? Okay? You know, I mean, I love this town. What are we doing? This ain't gonna work here. This ain't gonna work. It's not. You know? And it's like, you know, it's an accident waiting to happen. It's like that sidewalk in front of my house. I go to the town. I go to the state. They say it's the town's problem. I go to the town. They say, oh no, it's the state's problem. You know what? The problem is the sidewalk. Let's fix it. You know? I mean, come on. What are we coming to, guys? Come on, ladies. You know? This is a kid. If he falls and slips, I get in trouble because I didn't clear my sidewalk. How can I clear the sidewalk with water on it? You know? I mean, I know I got off of the thing, but I mean, it's a beautiful building. I should not think it should go on this site. I'm sorry. You know, I mean, I'm sorry from my heart, okay? 2:30 in the morning, they're tearing the school parking lot. 1:30 in the morning, my windows are shaking. 4 of our windows broke. And the town says, it's not our fault. Well, geez, you're rocking the world. They say, well, it's municipality, right? That's the name? Yes. Okay, I mean, it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry, you know? And if this is gonna happen, a lot of people are gonna sell their houses and move on. Okay, and then you'll be with nothing. You'll have all streets empty. You know, then you can bring in all your low-income housing. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I mean, this is how I speak, you know?
That's fine. I appreciate the passion. And I understand your concern.
And
I
you
appreciate-
won't believe, that sign, you could put 50 million signs up. They don't care. Because they don't care. That's like driving your car talking on a cell phone. They don't care. Hey, George, how you doing? Okay, fine, okay. Yeah. You know, the cops don't do nothing now. You know, you get pulled over, that's it, done.
John, based on your experience and knowledge of the area, you live right there.
Yes.
Do you regularly see people parking on the street?
All the time.
And-
Whenever they have a school function, you can guarantee it.
And again, based on that experience and knowledge, do you think that that presents a safety issue for the people parking on the street, for yourself as a resident of the street, as well as the people who are traversing the street?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Does it present a safety problem for any child who might be navigating their way to or from that school?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Let me just close this. My neighbor that used to live next door to us, kid was playing, driving a moped or a scooter or a mini bike. He was driving it one day, out of working, on the 10, and got slammed by a car. Okay? It could happen, you know? I mean, it's a very busy street. And I live 2 houses from the school, okay? And like what people say, when it's backed up, it's going all the way to the gym. Both ways. It goes all the way to the light down where Frankie's or Kenny's Auto Body is.
Yep.
Okay? Goes all the way to the light. You know? This ain't gonna work there. It's not. I mean, like I said, why don't you take it up on West Street and put it on West Street? That's still Southington. You got all open land, you got everything. You know, I mean, put it on West Street.
Okay.
You know? I mean, that's it. I mean, anything else?
Any other questions? John, thank you for coming out tonight.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
you
you.
sharing
Have
your
yourself
thoughts
a
with
good
us.
night.
Don't, you be you, John. You never need to apologize for that. So you do it, man. I love it. I have a brother-in-law who has the same passion that you do to some, maybe not as elevated at times, but it depends on what you're talking about. So, sorry.
That's okay.
Ma'am.
My name is Brenda Rose Bennell. I live at 1025 South Main Street. I'm on the corner of Working Street and South Main. I can honestly say, during the school days, Monday through Friday, both drop-off and pickup, Working Street is a parking lot. As my husband stated before, they had to put a sign by our driveway that they couldn't park from our driveway to the corner because there were so many cars parked there, you couldn't get up or down our street. That is the same on Mulberry. That is the same on Route 10. When there's school in session, these cars at a dead stop, you have cars trying to pull left into the school.
And not to interrupt you, but Route
Yes.
10, just for clarification, is South Main Street.
Okay.
Right. Correct?
Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Route 10 is South Main Street, sorry.
Got
I'm
it.
old school.
I didn't want to interrupt you.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead.
You have cars trying to turn left into the school. You do not have room for cars to go around them. You have cars trying to pull left and right out of the school. It is a constant, I am surprised there are not more accidents there, okay? They moved it so it had one driveway in, one driveway out. I see cars in the morning going in the out driveway because they don't want to wait in line. Okay, they will go in the out, and it clearly says do not enter. So right there is a safety issue. You are gonna add more traffic to an already combustible situation. You have tractor trailers that go down our Route 10 from the highway exit to go down Atwater. So they're gonna be going by that proposed site. You want to put a sidewalk that goes in front of that unit, but you're gonna have people who are gonna wanna walk down Route 10 to go to Sliders, or maybe to go to the bus route that there's further down to get on the community bus, or maybe go to the bowling alley. The sidewalks don't go there. Okay, so you're gonna have people walking on Route 10. You have people exiting Mulberry Street that already have a hard time. You're saying your traffic study is saying there's not a line of sight issue? There is. I've been down there. When there is school in session, you cannot see to pull out of there. You're taking your own life in your hand to pull out of Mulberry Street. And that is backed up with cars, with kids being dropped off, being picked up, parents. It's a game. It's just a game waiting to happen. Someone's gonna lose a life. You wanna add more cars? Fine, you add more cars. That's your prerogative. That's the town's prerogative. That's their prerogative. You have water that comes down the street, goes into the catch basins that empty into the Quinnipiac. Now you're adding more cars with their salt going into the Quinnipiac. That's an environmental issue, okay? So you've got health issues right there. You've got safety issues. You wanna add more cars? Go ahead. You wanna, no offense, sir. I mean, you have a right to it's your business, more for you.
Ma'am,
yes. No, I'm
everything
just
is
saying.
directed up here. Please
No,
don't
I
direct
know. I'm
everything.
just saying. I'm not trying to fault him. He has a right to his business, just like I have a right to my job, my business. You guys have a right to your business. I'm not trying to put it down. What I'm trying to say is that is not the right spot. Okay? You want to put a mall there? I'd rather have a little convenience mall there, truthfully, than that. That would bring traffic, yes, but it wouldn't be. It would generate business and tax dollars, thank you. But it wouldn't be as much, I think, as a hindrance as this would be, because you're adding a 65 unit, correct? 65
Yes.
units?
Yep, that's what's
You're having
proposed.
74 parking spots. Like you stated yourself, you are gonna have people come and visit you. Okay, there's not gonna be parking, so they are gonna park on Route 10. Route 10 already is not safe. Like people have stated, speed limit right now, and I will testify to this, there are cops in the morning at 5 o'clock in the morning sitting in Kennedy hiding so they can catch the speeders that are going 50, 55, 65 miles an hour down that street to get on the highway. I'm walking my dog. I have 2 flashlights to make sure I don't get hit when I'm crossing the street at the crosswalk, which does not have a light by the school because they moved the crosswalk over from where the light was. So you have limited line of vision there at night and during the dusk hours. So I carry 2 flashlights. I have them clipped to my belt while I'm walking my dog, so I don't get hit with these 50, 65 mile an hour cars. So, town, I get it. You have to follow the guidelines and the zoning, and I get it. But this is safety-wise, it is not sound. Environmental-wise, you're adding more issues than you're solving them. They may have a catch basin, but again, all the street drains from Kennedy to Mulberry all go into the Quinnipiac. And it's clearly, there's stickers on them all. So it says it right on there. It's dumping into the Quinnipiac. So you're gonna be polluting the Quinnipiac more.
Okay.
Any questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner Coles, go ahead.
So you live on Working Street.
I live on the corner of Working Street and South Main.
When school's in session, which way do you leave Working Street? Do you go on South Main or you go on Buckland?
I sit there and wait because I have to go towards West Street. So I will sit there and wait to turn. And some days I can turn right without having to gun it to turn right. And some days I have to wait for 5-6 minutes.
If we're using Working Street as a model to turn onto that street,
Do not turn left.
because we're using that street as a model.
Yep.
Comparing it to what this project is going to be, and we want to get out there. What's your wait time to get out of Working Street during the school hours? In the
During a school hour time, if I wanted to turn left, I'd sit there for 15 minutes. If I wanted to turn right, and that's left towards the school.
Yes.
If I wanted to turn right to go to south towards Plantsville, maybe about 7 minutes,
Unless
8
a very
minutes.
generous person wants to.
Right, because it's a constant stream of people zoom, 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 pulling out after dropping off their kids or picking up their
To my,
kids.
to my initial part of my question,
Mhm.
though, is you have an option to go to Buckland Street.
I do have an option to go to Buckland Street, but I would still wait down at the corner of where Buckland meets South Main because you're still having all those cars come.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thanks for coming out
Thank
tonight.
you.
Appreciate you sharing our thoughts. Okay, we're moving to the left there.
Good evening, all. I'm not quite as eloquent as
Could we just start with your name and your address, please?
Dan Bacuzzi, 81 Working Street. I'm actually the other end. I tend to leave work a little earlier, but I do take care of my neighbors, and I hate when I see it on my camera, car after car after car just stopped on the street. Going down that road, she touched on it, there's always a cop in that school parking lot waiting to bag somebody for speeding. You want to talk about health and safety, Mark's business is right there. When they go to build this project, there's going to be dust, there's going to be noise, it's going to drive his business down and probably put him under. I have a feeling, I'm not going to speculate. I just don't see it as a good spot there. Somebody mentioned put it on West Street. It's a fantastic idea. You got great highway access in both directions. You put it over here, you only got it going towards Hartford, or you got to go around through Plantsville or go up to the, by the truck stop there. So, like, I don't know. I didn't have anything really planned. It was just kind of off the cuff. But
You're doing a good job. So I appreciate you coming out. Commissioner Coles has a question.
Can I ask you
for
that same question that I asked the previous speaker? When you leave to go to work in the morning during school hours, and I'm guessing, I don't know what time you go to work, but do you go down towards South Main or do you go towards Buckland Street?
I take Buckland Street down to Mulberry, and thankfully I could
So
take
here's my
back
question.
roads.
Why don't you go down to South Main Street?
Honestly, I just like a peaceful ride to work instead of trying to catch the highway.
Okay. All right.
People are nuts, and I'm sure everybody in this room has seen it. Between the highway, between main roads.
Yeah, I was just being specific
Yeah.
towards your two
No,
options. and
absolutely.
Why you took your second option.
Yeah, I always go the back roads unless I'm really running late, but we try not to let that happen.
All right,
It's
thank
it's
you.
always a mess.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Anything else, Dan, or?
Oh, I'm sure there's a ton, but thank you.
We're here. Thanks for coming out tonight. All right. Well, ma'am, everybody's going to get a chance before anybody gets a second chance. So let's continue along that. I think it's the third row back there. Is there anyone else in the third row who wishes to speak? Okay, seeing none, let's move to the next row. Gentleman in the red shirt. Everyone's going to be referred to by what they're wearing initially anyway, so
I keep changing it up on you.
no offense is intended. I apologize.
Good evening. Shane Turinsky, 10 Cumming Street, corner of Milldale.
Your name, first name again?
Shane Turinsky.
Okay, thank you.
I can speak to 3 points. First being that on Milldale, there is always cars parked on that road. So you can look back at the study done for the school for the appropriate amount of parking spots considered, and it was well undersized for the amount of attendance at that school for teachers and other staff there, because all of those people, including the people looking to pick up their children, are parked everywhere around that area. And with this development, that's not going to stop. Granted, there's not a lot of children that would be brought in due to this development because the limitation of the 2 bedrooms. Second is the pedestrian traffic from people walking from there to the restaurant Sliders or to the commuter lot. I completely support that there's no sidewalk in a certain part of that, so they're going to be walking down South Main Street, which is already a very dangerous area. And like you said, there's guardrail on that side and wetlands, so they're not going to be able to put sidewalk there. They'll have to go on the other side and take over people's property to do so. And the third point is, you mentioned the 100-year flood study. We all know that that happens every 5 years now. So a lot of references based on 500-year flood studies. So with the containment they're going to have, you can expect overflows from stormwater that, again, could affect that wetland and the Quinnipiac. So just wanted to make those statements to bring them to attention.
in that area, and I can certainly go out there and check this, but you live there. Are there no parking signs along the South Main Street area along Route 10? Do you know?
I am not aware of it because
I could have asked anyone else,
driving
but
on
I
that
just
street,
thought-
you're not looking for signs you don't need.
Yeah.
You're trying to pay attention and pulling off of Milldale, looking towards the north, that's on a bend there, where their cut lines will be for the curbs, it will be a challenge with additional traffic in that space.
Okay.
Because you have to be very aware of traffic coming around that corner before you try to pull out.
So in your opinion, are there sightline issues in that area?
There
that
have,
currently exist?
they have been worse in the past. The neighbor on the corner there of South Main and Milldale cut down a bunch of their bushes, which improved the sightline, but it's still being on that corner, it's a sightline challenge at the speed people travel.
Okay. All right.
And I can attest to that because I'm probably one of the ones that goes too fast.
Any questions from any other member of the commission? All right. Thank you for coming out tonight
you.
and sharing your thoughts with us. Okay, we're still on the same road back there. We got, oh, okay. Woman in the black shirt. I'm not quite sure what color your overshirt is, so I just figured, okay.
Probably burnt orange.
Yeah, burnt
Okay.
orange shirt then.
All right, my name's Kara Ciesla, and I'm in 1048 South Main Street in Glen Hollow. And when I leave to go to work, I need to take a right out of the place. And because I go work in Hamden, Cheshire, New Haven, I have to go that direction. So when I try to get out in the morning with the school, it's impossible. Then I try to cut across the street and go up Working, which is even harder because you can't see. There's the traffic that's stuck going to the right, and I can't always see the cars that are coming out of the school going to the left. It's like a disaster. Tonight, there was a function at the school, and people, when they can't park in the school, they come and park in the condo. And where they probably parked with Marks, somebody parked in our place, ran across the street with their kid. So I don't know where these people think, people are in a park. That's about it.
Okay, thanks for coming out, Kara, appreciate it. Next, well, I'm trying to work this way, so you're up next, you're on deck, so.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me? I'm Christine Uspen, and I live at 1048 South Main Street, Unit 4. And I appreciate all of the work that was done here, and I've learned a lot. One of my questions or comments and thought processes had to do with, and I forget exactly what it was called, I wrote some notes, about the traffic assessment, I guess is what it was. And it goes backwards, and I found that interesting. And while I appreciate looking backwards for maybe what we did a couple of years ago in our area, I want to put on record and acknowledge that not even a mile away from us, there is a brand new development that's both housing and businesses that's not even all opened yet, that's going to be impacting our area. And so I would like to look a little bit into the future when those doors do open, and we're anticipating increased traffic, definitely on South Main Street. And adding to that already busy area that they were talking about, and then in addition to this proposal, I think would just put it even more over. So I think with that type of assessment, that does need to be considered with some of the other things that are going on, and not just looking at one thing in isolation to this area across from the school and a Main Street. So I agreed with a lot of other things that were said, but I don't want to repeat that, so thank you.
We appreciate that. We'll consider that you ditto on everybody else. But are any other questions for members of the commission? Thanks for coming out
Thank
tonight.
you.
We'll take your comments and thoughts into consideration. I think I got one more gentleman there. Come on up.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Gianni Giacchi. I live in Summer Street. My daughter lives in Route 10, not too far from the new project. I'm a safety professional, and for what I see, with all this parking in the front, how the fire department is going to fight the fire? They'll be very limited to move around, and it's very hazardous. having those cars parked in front of a fire. Because if the building is going on fire, those cars needs to be moved. Because once the one goes on fire, they're all gonna go, especially on a windy day. So I don't see any parking in the front of the building should not be available because they have no limit, they have limited space from the back of the building to fight the fire. So we're gonna put our fire department in dangerous. Not only that, I don't think we have a fire department, a firehouse near this project that is gonna be capable to fight this fire. Because this is a wood structure. Am I wrong? You were right. It's a wood structure, right? So
I don't know. We'll ask the applicant to clarify on that, but I'm making that assumption.
I think safety for that is terrible. Maybe a different design, maybe, but the way I see it, it's not gonna work right for, we're gonna put our firemen in dangerous in a fire like that. We don't have ladders to fire, so we gotta wait for somebody else to come in to help them, but this is my opinion.
Okay.
Good
Could I just ask you to
Yes, sir.
clarify or maybe give us a little bit more specifics? You said you're a safety professional.
Yes, correct.
Could you specify what type of safety professional are you?
I'm in the OSHA industry,
I'm sorry?
Occupational Safety and Health Administration.
Okay.
I'm a federal trainer for the construction industry and the general industry.
So-
I do
so you-
safety plan, I do evacuation plan, I
Got
do NFPA plan.
So-
I plan for people safety. That's what I study, and that's what I do for a living. My license plate is Safe One. That's
And,
all I
and you
can say.
you're certified to provide that type of
Correct,
training
sir.
and
Correct.
oversight?
I'm an ID trainer 225.
Okay.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Does any of that, I'm generally familiar with OSHA, but relative to the comments that you made, are any of your training or certification deal with fire safety specifically?
Yes, sir.
It does.
I develop NFPA plan, fire protection plan that I submit to the city of Boston. I submit to Cambridge University. I submit to Yale University, Tufts University, and they always get approved. I make sure I have evacuation plan for my workers,
Okay.
especially in a construction site.
Do you deal specifically with construction sites, or do you deal with other instances as well?
I deal with construction because this is my passion.
OSHA is primarily a construction
They do
focused agency,
maritime,
correct?
agricultural, they do construction and general industry.
Okay.
We are
Okay.
there to protect the workers.
All right.
But as protecting the workers is protecting people, firefighter, and everybody that's going to be involved with this.
Understood. I appreciate that clarification. I appreciate you coming out tonight. If there's no other questions from
Questions?
members, Commissioner Britton has a question for you.
So going back to one of the other fellow commissioners earlier about egress, do you think it's adequate as designed here for fire?
The egress from the corner is too far from the hallways. At least they got some in between. They should have maybe a staircase. They should have a staircase that goes in between to get out. As for what is the distance? You gotta see the distance, travel distance from the center of the building where the two aisle meets. So that's probably 100 feet walk, 150, that's too far.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any questions?
Thank you for coming out tonight, sir. I
My pleasure.
appreciate your input. Okay. I think we finished up row number 5. I'm on row number 6, which starts with the lady with the black and white striped shirt. No? We got one person coming up?
Hello, my name is Denise Rivera. Do I have to state my address too?
Your address, please, Denise.
It's 38 Jeanette Court in Planceville.
Okay.
And I just created some notes here, but they don't go in a specific order. Well, I think it definitely looks like a really strong team. I know Steve myself, and he is amazing at what he does. I do believe that I don't feel that this is a good fit in our community, in Planceville area especially, for a few reasons. One is, let's talk about the amount of traffic that there's going to be. Many people have already touched on that, so I'm not going to really stay on that topic for long. But I feel like, from my own personal experience being a business owner in this town for about 25 years, I know for a fact that people in a one-room apartment or a two, they're going to sneak in other family members, and they're going to be having more people live there. So now you're going to have extra cars. They're not going to know where to park. They're going to hide parking, because I deal with this on a regular basis with my own situation. So that's something to think about. What about people's animals? Are we going to have wild dogs sometimes roaming around that aren't leashed up because they don't really have a yard? That would be a concern as well. And also, with this, I think a lot of people also fear that it can bring more mischievous behaviors from the kids that are a little restless and they want a place to go because they really don't have a backyard of their own. And they're going to get into trouble. And where they're going to find trouble, they're going to find it in the schoolyard, they're going to find it on people's properties, they're going to be trespassing, they're going to be damaging property. And the reason why I say this is because with my own business in town, I have been dealing with this for like, let's see, 15 years. And when I started this project, I loved what I was doing. I have a great business, and I've grown so much. And before that business, I had another business, and I ran a dance studio for 15 years, and it was great. But now I have Titanium Theater falls right next to Stop and Shop, and unfortunately, I share an easement with other residents. They have to come through my lot to get to their house. I have people that cut through my property that also come from the low-income housing developments. And I'm just going to give you a little example of what I deal with on a regular basis. So I kind of feel for the gentleman that owns the jewelry store, because it's going to happen. These are things I didn't know that was going to happen, but these are things that happen to me personally. And my good friend here, Art, tells me that I speak too much when I tell people what's happened to me on my property, but I feel like people need to know about it, because I used to be quiet for a long time, but I can't anymore, because it's starting to make me not want to do business here or anywhere anymore, because it kind of starts to like kill your fire, you know? But here's what's happened to me. So I have people, I put $500,000 into my business, and I'm not trying to brag, but just hear me out and just listen to where I'm going with this. I put a lot of money into my business. I pay like $17,000 in taxes every year for my lot. It's crazy. So when I started out, I was gung-ho. I had this big, huge vision. But on a regular basis, and I say every day, I have people cutting through my property. I'm finding beer bottles, and it doesn't come from my events, because my staff, I'm very strict with watching everybody. It's private events. We don't really, it's not a bar. It's not like that. So yes, some people have left some trash around and we clean it up. But broken bottles, let's see. I was assaulted, asking somebody to stop cutting through my property. She chest butted me. She was with another gentleman. I thought I was gonna die. I'm not kidding. I got really scared. I was like, what's gonna happen next? She was ready. She put her dukes up and she was ready to fight me. So that scared me. So of course my family's like, don't say nothing. Just let them cut through. And I'm like, but when they cut through, they're damaging my property. They're putting trash all over the place. I'll pull in. I built a $50,000 gazebo with a wraparound deck. I have to pull in and find people hanging out on my gazebo with their McDonald's. They're leaving their cups. They're throwing it over the river. I have people that live down at the other end. All their trash is coming down. It comes underneath my building, because the river runs underneath my building. And I'm getting just all their trash, and then it pulls up in my little detention pond that I have. I'm constantly cleaning it. So I'm tired. I work so hard, but I can understand what everyone's concern is. And I mean, if it's a done deal, it's a done deal. But I feel like it's not fair, and I don't feel like it's a good fit in that exact location. I definitely feel like it's a great fit on the other side of town, where there's more access to the highways and stuff. That's my personal opinion, and that's all I have to say.
Okay. I can't extend my sympathies enough for the trials and tribulations that you've been through. I appreciate your business.
Thank you.
I'm familiar with it. I've been to events there. It's a nice place.
Thank you.
And I hope, and I'm sure that if we talked offline, I probably can give you some people to talk to in town that maybe you haven't spoken to, although Art's pretty well versed on who you should speak to. He's been here for a long time. But I encourage you to continue to persevere. And if there's any help that we can extend to you, I certainly would help. That's aside from this application, but as a business owner, I appreciate you being here. And I'm sure I speak for every member of this commission. We all appreciate you being here. And I hope that you will sustain yourself here.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you for coming out tonight. Any questions of Ms. Rivera from members of the commission?
Don't stay silent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See, I'll take your advice instead of Art's.
Good advice. Thank you very much for coming out. Okay, we're on, I think, row 6. Yes. Black and white striped shirt. I got to be consistent, so.
Hi there. My name is Megan Drew. Ooh, the echo's crazy. I'm at 942 South Main Street. I'm sorry, I had no intention of speaking tonight, so I didn't really have something really prepared, but I just want to kind
From
of...
the hip, Megan, just
yeah,
shoot
I'm
from the
just
hip, yeah.
going with it. But it came out tonight because my concern was primarily based on how much more traffic, both people and cars, this would bring to that area. I have 2 small kids. My kids are 4 and 6. And they are not allowed to play in my front yard. They are not allowed to play on the driveway past a certain point because the way that people drive on our street is insane. Even just so, like when we took a break, I popped home to check on my husband and the kids and come back, and motorcycles were passing cars. I couldn't even get into my own driveway just to take a left. So I'm very concerned about what 70 parking spots more of cars coming in and out, even if it's not all at the same time. I understand that, but people drive so fast, and every day we have to pick up trash off of our front lawn. There's package stores on each end. That's totally fine, but they dump their trash out the window onto our front lawn covered in nips, and I'm really concerned about what that much more traffic would do. I already don't feel like my kids can play in my front yard, and that stinks because that was not the vision I had when we bought our house almost 10 years ago when my husband and I started out. And then now to think that right now they're going into elementary school age at Oshana, but pretty soon they'll be at JFK and they'll be walkers, and that absolutely terrifies me that they would walk down that street. So with more people coming and going, both cars and pedestrians, like on our side to the left of my property, if you're looking at the street, there's no sidewalk. And when I walk my dogs in the morning, sometimes I give up trying to cross the street to get to the sidewalk to be able to go because there's never a break in the traffic. And so adding really like anything more to that is really concerning for me.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, Megan,
Sure.
please? Along the same lines of other people who have testified, based on your daily experience and familiarity with the area, the traffic report suggests, I think I read it correctly, 48 additional trips in the AM peak hour and 49 additional trips in the PM peak hour. That was based on a series of a number of different things, including existing data. The addition of this building, 65 units, again, based on your experience and familiarity with the area, would exacerbate a problem that, in your opinion, is already dangerous and make it even more dangerous if it were allowed to move forward.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
That is my feeling. I feel like there is already an issue on the street that needs to be addressed, and this would exacerbate that before even fixing the existing
And you feel
issue.
that danger extends to your small kids, in addition to yourself and others in the area?
Yeah, I mean, anybody with little kids knows, right?
Of
When you
course.
say stop, there's a buffer zone
I know.
before when they actually stop. So, yeah.
Be like an
I mean-
invisible fence or something like that.
Exactly,
I don't know.
right. So, I mean,
I
we
live
have-
on a busy street too, and my kid wasn't allowed in my front yard until he was able to cross the street safely.
Right, right.
So, I get
So,
it.
yeah, it's just nerve wracking, right? And so it's something that
Okay.
concerned about.
Any other questions of Ms. Drew from members of the commission? Commissioner Britton?
More of a comment. As a father of 3 kids, 6 and under, living up in the Pattonwood neighborhood over Hawks Landing, you know, traffic, I only get it a little bit, and I get people from the bars. I can only imagine what you're getting down there, so.
It's insane, and it's only, I don't know if I'm more aware of it now after having kids, or if it's gotten that much worse in the just about 10 years we've been there. I think it's a combination probably of both.
The kids.
Yeah, but yeah, just the rate that the speed that people drive. Like, I understand that what the law says the speed limit is, but what people actually do is another setting.
So let me ask another question based on that, right? And I kind of think I know the answer because I live with it too. The applicant stated that there's a presumption, that they have a right to a presumption that people are going to follow the rules of the road, so to speak.
Right.
Based on your experience in that area, specifically on South Main Street, literally down the street from where this proposed site is, do you think that people follow the speed limit laws?
No.
The posted speed limits in that
No,
area?
not at all.
Is that a constant? Is that at certain times during the day based on your experience and knowledge, or does it happen all the time?
It's a constant, but it's slightly different. I'd say at night you have people that are like tearing down the street when it is more open. And then during the daytime, because there's so much more traffic, people get fed up, I think, waiting. And so whenever that is that little bit of a break, like, they gun it. And so, like, no matter what, it's always bad. It's just what kind of bad you're trading one for the other.
And in terms of bad, let's try to define that perhaps. Again, in your opinion, and you're not sitting out there with a radar gun, I'm assuming.
Right.
And we always perceive people, at least I know this on my street, that they are traveling faster than they probably are. But two, based on your experience and your perception, are people traveling 10 miles over the speed limit, 20 miles over the speed
say
limit? What are we talking about?
20 is probably easy.
Okay.
I mean, it's a little bit different, right, too, at the other corner, but it's crazy to me that, like, we've had 2 accidents where cars have hit one of the businesses right down the street at that corner. So that's just, like, kind of a testament to me of how people drive in that area. So yeah, that's
Okay.
my concerns.
Thank you for coming out, Megan.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Thank you very much.
sharing your thoughts with us. Let me see if I'm there yet. Yeah, come on up. Yeah. Appreciate your patience, Jack.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tony DeNorfia. Myself and my family, we're the owners of 456 Atwater Street, which are those rooftops that are being overshadowed by that.
Tony, can you share
building
your,
right there.
did you share your address?
My address is 36 Aspen Way, Southington. My office is at 133 Main Street, Southington. And tonight, I think I'm just going to get everybody a little ticked off at me, the commission, who's left of the audience,
You're not doing your
and the
job if you
applicant.
don't
Exactly.
get someone upset. Tony.
But I want to make several points. First, I'm a big advocate of affordable housing, and I support it fully. When I was practicing law for over 35 years, I represented several cases before this commission and in other towns. And I think it's a great thing when it's done properly. As a developer for over 40 years, we've constructed some affordable housing. As a member and former president of the Home Builders Association of Central Connecticut, we're big advocates of affordable housing, and I've testified before the legislature on it. And in the last couple of years, we've constructed approximately 12 units that qualify for affordable housing. So I am a big advocate of affordable housing. The second point, which maybe some people don't want to hear, is I think this piece is appropriate for affordable housing. And I'll get to that in a minute when I go over the history of the piece. And the third point I'd like to make is I think that this proposal makes a mockery of the intent and the purpose of the act as a legislature intended, in our town's history and its zoning regulation, and I'll hit on that too. I wish there was a little bit more detailed review by town staff. I think I get more of a detailed review when I put on a single-family development than I've seen this. I think it's almost like, oh, gee, we've got an 8-30G application. There's nothing we can do about it. Well, there is, and there are certain reviews and there are certain safeguards that can be done. As far as the history of the piece, this originally was owned by the Solak family, who owned not only this piece, but our piece where we built the 20 units and the Solis piece, which is on the corner. We, in this mid-1980s, Steve Judas's firm represented us when we purchased the side piece there. We went through the normal zoning at the time, because the normal zoning at the time was that in a business zone, you could put in multifamily similar to the requirements in the R12 zone. And that's what we did. And that's why a lot of South Main Street, you see, it has some business and some multifamily. The reason why is that these were primarily, I would say, what is marginal business zone. It's business land that, you know, you're not going to get a Kmart or a Walmart, or you're not going to get a CVS to come in here. And especially in today's day and age, with, you know, less and less commercial, there's very little that can be done with that property. With the corner piece that the Solis has owned, that was the original homestead that the Solak family owned, and they had their little farm stand there. They eventually built the ranch that exists there. That two-family house that existed there burned down. After it burned down, we sold it to the Solas, who built their very nice development there. The property at when Mr. and Mrs. Solak passed away, went on the market for sale. Unfortunately, in the early 2000s, as a temporary moratorium, the provisions in the business zone allowing this residential type development, these small residential communities like we built, was taken away. And according to the town Planning and Zoning Commission and the staff, and I can remember talking to Attorney Shota when he was right there, he says, Tony, this is only temporary. I said, temporary, it's gonna be permanent. And it ended up being permanent. And that was over 20 years ago. Every plan and development that came up then, since then, I've come up and I said, listen, you need to add that regulation back in, because you have pieces like this, which are marginal business properties, which will never be sold. Well, this property came on the market after the Solaks passed away, and we looked at purchasing, and I said, what are we gonna put there? We have a single-family house that we could rent. So the Florian family decided, well, they bought it, taking a chance that they might be able to put some type of a commercial property on it, and they had it as a single family, which they rented. Now, fast forward, I don't know what that was, 15 years or 20 years ago, they haven't been able to sell it. What happens? Somebody comes in and says, gee, there's nothing we can do with that property. Let's put an affordable housing application in on it. And that, to me, was a direct result of what this commission didn't do. So in a sense, I'm kind of ticked off at you guys, not you guys, but your predecessors, because you didn't look far-sighted enough as to what could be done with a marginal piece of property. Now you have other marginal pieces of property, business zones in this town that will eventually get hit with the same type of application, because there's nothing else that can be done with it. And when the owners of that property have to sell, they will sell it, because in these business zones, there is not enough business to go around. Now, one of the comments which came up was with regards to the drafting of the regulations, they looked at the regulations that were in existence with our regulations at the time, and that's how they came up with the regulations. And I went and I looked at it. Actually, this was part of my presentation, and then the attorney brought it up. But it seems like this commission just visited this just a couple of years ago. And that was with the VRZD zone. And that's when you drafted or accepted the drafting of the regulations on an affordable zone. And in that, you had your bulk requirements, which if you looked at them, I think they're pretty reasonable. I mean, they're the ones that you required at 136 Liberty Street. We weren't the applicants on that application, but what happened was the applicant decided they didn't want to build it, so we bought it, and we thought, you know, it came up with a pretty good
How many units are out there, Tony?
There's 28 units.
Okay.
28 units on roughly 2 acres.
That
So
was
basic.
my first 830G, was that.
That was your first?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was the first one in town, so in like a decade, but
Yeah.
anyways, we
Yeah.
digress.
Well, since the last one I did way back. Actually, I should have my son up here doing this, but they're off with their kids somewhere, so they had the old guy
No
come up
offense to
today.
them, I like your
Okay.
approach better.
Well, in any event, when you look at and I take, and like what Attorney LaValle turned around, Mr. LaValle turned around and said that it was trying to make this regulation almost like it could only apply to this property. And I don't like that with regulations. I like regulations that if you're going to use it, make it almost universal, which I think is a better way of doing it. So when I looked at the applicability of this, and we'll go through the regulations that they did, they have the lot size between 1.5 and 3 acres. And I'm like, should just say minimum 1.5 acres. I know that's pretty minor. When you go and you compare it to the VRZD zone, they're proposing 33 units per acre. I don't know of any town that has that type of density other than an inner city. And that's probably because they don't require parking, because most of them have exemptions for parking, because as you know, there are different types of parking requirements when you're in a city, when you're in an urban area, when you're in a countryside. They all have different parking requirements because, like in this case, anybody who has to go to a store has to get in a car. They cannot walk to the store. They have to get in the car. There is no public transportation. So the parking requirement in a place like this in Southington is probably different than downtown New Britain or Hartford or Bristol. So the density I have a big issue with. I just can't believe 33 units an acre. The minimum lot coverage is 20,000 square feet, and lot area, and I question that. It looks like they just copied it. It should be 60,000 because that's the minimum acreage. So I don't know how the minimum lot area and the minimum acreage doesn't combine. The biggest problem I have probably is the minimum side yard setback, which is 10 feet. This is the least restrictive in any zone that we have. And it is, CB, you can go a little bit closer, but you can't get this type of development in it. But is probably the least restrictive. Now, that was probably taken right out of the VRZD regulations, but the contrast, where the problem is that the maximum building height in the VRZD district is 2.5 stories. Here, the maximum height is 4 stories or 48.5 feet. Now, imagine Mrs. Kasner is sitting in her second floor. She is going to be 12 feet up in the air, sitting in a chair. There is going to be a building roof that is 48.5 feet above it. Those 8 units that we own will never see sunlight. They will never see sunlight. If you want a 10-foot side yard or a 20-foot side yard, the height of the building has to come down, or it should come down. If not, stick it on the other side of the property. Maybe make a little walkout where you can have 3.5 stories. And in that way, use the slope of the land as they were talking about, and use the development that way and cut the height and cut the impact to the neighbors, because this is just not appropriate. The parking issue, which Commissioner Cowles brought up, which, thank you, that was my next parking point. It has a minimum of 1 parking space for each 1-bedroom and 1.5 parking space for each 2-bedroom. Now, in the Center Point development, which was 28 units, there were 6 1-bedroom units at 1.75 parking spots per unit. There were 22 2-bedroom units at 2 parking spots. So the required parking was a total of 55. Because of your concerns, this commission's concerns about off-site parking in the event people would go out onto Liberty Street or whatever and park their cars, you required 72 spots. That's for 22. In this particular zone, if you used the same density that you did in the last affordable housing application, you should have 54 1-bedroom units at 1.75 is 95 units, 2-bedroom units at 2, which is 20, so you should have 115 units. 115 parking spots, excuse me. That's how the math comes out based upon the last housing, affordable housing application that you had. I'm not sure if you had one since then. I haven't been here since then. But if you look at the parking requirements in itself, and if there were reasonable parking requirements, the density on this building would go down dramatically. And that's the reason why they have the parking set at what they do, because they tried to maximize the density on this property. And okay, I won't say what I really think about the plan. But those are, I think, some reasonable changes that you can make to the regulations. And I think they're all based upon the history that this commission had and our past regulations that you have had. I heard something tonight that as far as the affordability, they're only discussing 80% of the medium income. Maybe I'll have to research it, but I thought that it had to be split between 80% and 60% of the medium income. I'm not sure if there's some exception that has to be done, but I believe it's got to be the 80 and 60. As far as as Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the crosswalks, I think it's within your preview. If you want, you can have them extend the sidewalks along to the north, all the way to the intersection of Atwater Street. And I don't think it would be appropriate to put a crosswalk right at this place, but it might be more appropriate to put a crosswalk at the corner of Atwater Street. And I think you have the authority to do that. What I would like is if you decide that you're stuck with this building and you're stuck with this building that's 10 foot away from my property or my family's property and also from the Solis' property, I would think that as a condition, which would be reasonable, that all privacy fencing should be put up before construction starts. Because it's going to be a zoo out there. And I was talking about it with my boys today, and, you know, I built 4-story buildings. I don't know how you'd build a 4-story building with a 10-foot side yard. There's just no way to get machinery there. Now, they can do it. I mean, the guys are going to be using a lot of pump jacks, and people don't like to work the way that we did 40 years ago. But it can be done. It can be done. But I just want to make sure that there's no overlap onto our property. Those are the only comments I have at this point. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Tony, always
Sorry
nice
to
to
take your time.
Always nice to see you, and I appreciate your input.
Okay.
Let me ask you a couple, just some clarification stuff. You stated that you have experience in developing affordable housing units. I think you mentioned a number, doesn't matter. My question is, do you have experience in the town of Southington developing affordable housing units? I know the one on Liberty Street was not your application.
It wasn't my application.
You took it over.
We purchased it, and we built it.
But do you have experience going through this process since the Affordable Housing 830G
Have
was
an
passed?
attorney, I do.
In,
Not for
98,
ourselves.
I believe, or 80.
You see, Mr.
89.
Chairman, I always took, again, we're from town, and you've never seen me come up before the Zoning Board of Appeals on an application for any developments for the 1,000+ units we built in this town.
Mhm.
We never apply for variances. We never apply for anything that's outside of the regulations. The reason why is because it's our town, and we think it's I wouldn't do that in this town, okay? Because I've always taken the philosophy that when I was practicing law, I did not lose many cases, and if I lost them, I won them on appeals before this board, because we always cleaned them up first. And the same thing we do with my philosophy in our building business is, if I wouldn't live in it, I won't build it. So that's how we've always done it. So within this town itself, there's been a few times that we've been approached to bring affordable housing applications, and we've always denied it. We've always said no. It's a different thing if somebody else brings it, like Liberty Street, and we buy it. That's already a fait accompli, I mean, it's gonna get built anyways, but as far as us doing it, I wouldn't do it to this town.
And I recall, with regards to the Liberty Street application, that the concern of the rear setback and the side setback, that was raised. I think I raised it. I think Caleb was the only other person up here who was actually here at the time. And that was one of the reasons why it was initially denied, if I remember correctly. The applicant took it to court, and as a result of that, the applicant agreed to increase the side yard or the rear setback on the positioning of those properties, and that made it more palatable, if you will, to the commission. Additionally, I think, as you noted, they added additional parking spaces as part of that application prior to it coming back to the commission after it had been through some adjudication by the courts.
Well, the difference there is that the closest residence on Liberty Street to our property line is probably probably about 80 feet away. There's a barn maybe 40 feet off. That's the closest residence. We are sitting here, we've got 8 residents that are sitting here, the 10 feet plus our side yard, maybe 25, 30 feet away from this property, and they've got something that is extending roof to roof 20 some odd feet above.
And is there vegetation on your side of the property
Yes.
that abuts this property as well?
Yes. Yeah, there's some that we've trimmed quite a bit, because originally when this these plants are 40 years old
Yeah,
because they were in the mid-'80s.
Right.
But
And you're
they were
entitled
white
to-
pines. We've trimmed them quite a bit. We've cut down quite a bit that were dead.
What's the height of those roughly,
Oh my,
Tony?
the ones that exist,
Yeah.
that are still there, 40 feet, 50 feet.
In your opinion, as someone who's experienced in development of housing projects, would that present significant obstruction in the event of a fire breaking out on either side of those, in the rear
Well,
part of this?
I think the
proposed
issue is
structure?
they have the right to trim the trees on their side.
Yep.
So if the trees encroach, they would have their 10 feet. They could trim the trees straight up and make the 10 feet if the branches are going over, which I'm sure they are. I know on our side, we've trimmed them quite a bit.
And in your professional opinion, would that provide enough clearance for fire personnel to get back?
Well, I don't know how you're gonna get a fire truck back there anyways, Mr. Chairman. Because there's no way around the building. They're gonna get their expert up here and he's gonna turn around and say it's gonna be a sprinklered building, it has this and it's that. I would if I were designing this building like we did for the ones that we have down on the other end of Liberty Street, and the one that we have on the corner of Pratt Street, there should be access, if not just for fire, there should be accesses on both the ends of the building. I mean, to me, that's just common sense.
Sprinklers are required in building structures
Yes.
of this nature by Connecticut building code at least, if not US
national.
building code.
Oh, yeah, by the uniform building.
And they're adequate to an extent, correct? I mean, fires still happen that become significant regardless of whether there's a sprinkler system there or not.
Well, they're supposed to contain, they're supposed to contain it. If you shut the doors, and do whatever.
But despite
it's supposed
that,
to
I mean,
contain
fires do get out of
They do
control.
spread.
Even with sprinkler systems being
They
involved.
do spread. Like, we had one person, in one of our apartments, it was an over 55, upscale, 3.5 story. And he had probably every newspaper in the last 30 years stacked in his apartment. I mean, we didn't know about it, but when he passed away, and then all of a sudden we walk in and there's newspapers piled floor to ceiling. I mean, those types of things you can't avoid. You just hope that people are responsible. And again, the sprinklers on and on I'm an advocate on a building this size, and even 1/3 this size. I'm a big advocate of sprinklers. They're great for safety.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Norfield from any other member of the commission? Always fantastic to see you. I hope your family is doing well.
Thank you.
And before I let you go, I'm going to encourage you to get involved in our POCD. You and your family members, I think
Well,
that
I'd
you
love
bring
to.
in
I'd love to, but,
invaluable.
it would be nice if
hear
once
that,
in a while,
Caleb, so-
once in a while, we got, some of these suggestions,
That's where it all
I feel like
starts,
the
as
old
you
guy on the
probably know.
block, and it would be nice once in a while to
Yeah.
have a suggestion.
Jen Clark and Todd Chaplinsky are heading up that effort, so I'll encourage them to reach out to you and your family to get you involved. So, but thank you for coming out tonight, and good to see you, as I said. Okay. Art, is it your turn? I don't know. Is Art going to bring up the rear on the public comment for tonight?
for council again. Well, first of all, I'm going to come from a different angle here. What you got tonight was Southington High School's football team against the New York Giants. Unfair. Now,
Art, we all know you, I think.
I just met you
Name and address, please.
Oh, Art Secondo, 1048 South Main. No one mentioned it tonight, but we have 82 people that really live in Glen Hollow next to this proposal. I want to tell you people on this board, having been on the town council and had to sit like this all night, it was boring. It was so boring that if it wasn't for the TV, we'd be yawning. We tried to fake it because it's tiring. And I don't think anybody in this audience realizes nobody gets compensated in Southington. It cost me money when I ran for 10 years. It costs on every board now. So what you guys do to be appreciated, you guys work hard. Look what time it is. On the other hand, I think of these poor people that came out here tonight. You lost about 30 people left. They wanted to talk. How can they talk? It was 10 o'clock by the time the professional lawyer, the big traffic guy, we ought to hire him to have done Queen Street 10 years ago. And this lady here, I told her tonight, the Italians would love to hire her to see if Christopher Columbus really discovered America. That's how intense she is. So you brought out all the guns tonight. And being on the council, I remember this. And when we got to be this hour, and someone would get up and go, oh, God, another one, especially reading things or talking about a sidewalk that's 100 yards away from the project, all over the place. It bored the hell out of us. And we didn't absorb it. Do you know what I'm saying? So I personally, if I was the mayor, I would insist to change these rules. You'd have one night for the proponents, all the paid people speak and have the night to themselves, and then you have a public hearing for just the opposition. From 6:30 on, let the public who's against this come in, either that, or tonight I should have gotten $100 from all the opposition. Then we can hire people like this to bring up all those statistics. Even the Yankees don't care about statistics. They care about what you show on the field. This is a great town, and there have been a lot of people before you that, they're almost asleep at this hour. And you're a good chairman because you express yourself. So I give you a lot of credit. I'm not here to criticize you. I just want you to think.
Can I
how it
use that
affects-
statement publicly, Art?
I'm sure I will.
Yeah, okay.
Don't go
It's
put-
on the record, everybody. if we
And
can
that's
make sure
another
the
thing I
minutes-
miss in this town, Mr. Chairman. We used to have investigative reporters. Now we don't even have a damn newspaper. We don't even have a newspaper. So I told somebody, look at the legal notice in the paper. I go, where? Where? The Bear Journal costs $2 a copy. Are you kidding? Even the toilet paper's a little cheaper than that. But the point I'm trying to make, well, we had investigative reporters. They'd be big on this story. The guys that are involved behind this, we would find out their names. I found out their names. And I lost probably 2 friends because I wasn't going to sell my soul and come up here and say this is a great project. And I know the family of the one that's here, but why aren't they here? They don't want people to see them? Boy, if I had money involved, I'd be here. But that's my point. I listened to this attorney. My God. We were all like, geez, come on, sit down. This guy over here, we should have hired him for Queen Street,
Let's
And
not,
I'm
let's
done.
not get personal.
Huh?
Let's not get personal, though.
Oh, that wasn't personal. That was almost a compliment. I'm an Italian. You got to take it the right way. But that's it.
They don't know you like I do, though.
I only met you tonight. So anyway, like I was saying, think about what happened here tonight. These people didn't have a chance. They left. There's so many people that left. That's all I'm saying. Give them a chance. Give them a couple hours like you gave the big boys here. That's it. Thank you.
Well, Art, if I could just quickly respond to that. I mean, and that's one of the reasons why I think, and I stated at the beginning that we're going to continue this public hearing. This is going to continue out to our next meeting on June 3rd. And at that time, we'll allow the applicant to come up and give sort of an update on where things are. But a bulk of that time will be set aside to allowing anybody who hasn't been felt they've been
Yes.
given the opportunity, or maybe weren't available and couldn't come out tonight for whatever
Robert,
reason. Who knows?
if this was advertised, meeting at 7 o'clock, if you are opposed, show up at 10. Was it fair to these people who sat here for this long? They were all shaking their head and they were polite. Normally they'd be clapping and say, okay, shut up, next person. But I've been on the council and I could relate to this. And, that's what I wanted to tell you. We thought at the time on the council that we were the most powerful board or commission in town. We walked around, I'm on the council. Big deal. Then we realized we're not. And I profess this, that you people are the most powerful commission in this town. Yes, you are, because you're the ones that police this here, and that house, and that this, and this, and we didn't have the power to do that. You people have the power. So I would say this, if you don't drive down South Main and look at this spot, the biggest one, I should buy Steve's Restaurant across the street. That'd be a gold mine. But you've got to drive down on South Main to look at this. Go in his parking lot and look and envision this. Southington is such a beautiful town. My God, couldn't they find a better piece of property? I mean, maybe they could do a deal with Frank Fergola. Okay, you know what I'm talking about, Robert. Thank you very much, and thank you again for all you do.
Actually, thank you very much for coming out tonight. I always appreciate hearing your perspective on things as a.
It comes
as
from
a-
my
as a
heart. That's
long
why I
time-
can't.
Yeah, I love it.
I can't throw the
As
ball.
a
That's it.
lifelong, I believe, resident of
Yeah.
this town.
Thank you.
And someone who's been involved on many different levels, whether it's a government or a business level.
So
we appreciate you and.
if you
and
could get
keep-
some of these people back, you'd probably be surprised at what you'd hear. That's it. Thank you again.
Thank
Don't
you.
Bother
sir.
me now. I'm going to leave.
Yeah, have a great night. Is there anyone else? Okay, we got a couple more people.
Hi.
Yeah.
Michelle Cozzolino, 325 Buckland Street. I wasn't planning to come up here and speak, and I didn't think I'd have to follow Art, but I wanted to quickly just say, as a resident in the area, I'm often walking my dogs with my family, and I do see the traffic and the speed quite often, but I also am an employee at the middle school, and I'm out there almost daily on bus duty, and I see the traffic pile up every day. I'm standing there watching it every day. So I just wanted to state that.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming out tonight and sharing your thoughts with us. We'll take it into consideration. We got two more gentlemen in the back, I believe. If you want to come up here and just wait on deck, just to make it a little bit quicker, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kevin Craney. I live at 73 Mulberry Street, just in like Mr. D'Onofrio there. I kind of want to blame the Planning Zoning Committee a little bit, not these members, of course, but just to talk about traffic and safety. So at my address, there's been many variances over the years. When I bought my house in 1992, 33 years ago, June, will be 33 years, there was all houses around there. Now there's Mulberry Gardens, there's the Alzheimer's Center, there's Sliders, so history could talk about traffic. I know I read the traffic report. I'm kind of confused about that. I've got a lot of questions, and maybe I'll put a letter together about that. But I could speak directly about those traffic, and all those were zoning changes that I came to boards like this in the building across the street, that we made zoning changes, talk about traffic, talk about, and again, I know it's not personal, but the value of my house is diminished significantly. So it is. I mean, I hadn't moved, and I'm not as powerful enough to make those changes and go against the boards that were in place. But I just really wanted to talk about that. And here's one more that's again talk about safety and the fact of the matter is that the traffic report blows my mind that I can't get out of my driveway anymore. 15 years ago, I could get out of my driveway. Now I cannot. There's 150 some odd units I know in Mulberry Gardens. The Alzheimer's Center, which is now LiveWell, just got expanded from 130 to 167. And Sliders, I can tell you that nightmare stories about Sliders. When I bought my house, it was Jean's Kitchen. It was open for breakfast only. And went to Sliders. I had people, parking and blocking my driveway. Couldn't get out of my driveway because cars were at happy hour. Every Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, cars were parked in front of my house. I had people urinating on my front lawn. I had to have the police involved. We met with Daley, the chief of police, who actually he met with a number of people on our streets. My neighbor had fights in his driveway. 11 o'clock at night, he's got guys fighting in his driveways. So that's what's happened. Less than a quarter of a mile from where this is going to go. So Sliders is still there. Fortunately, the parking, it's the newness is worn off, so it's not as popular as it is. But the Chief Daley did get no parking signs, all the way right through all the way up Mulberry Street. It used to keep people up Mulberry Street, and Mulberry Street isn't half as busy as Route 10 is. So, but it is as dangerous now because many people that spoke here drive away from where this is going to go just to come down Mulberry Street. So it's just as busy, if not busier than in recent times. So. That's really all I had to say. There is one thing in the traffic report that confused me a little bit, though. That there's a statement on page 3 that talks about, and sorry, my contacts are a little dry at this hour of the night, but it talks about third sentence down. It's and I know, Peter, I'm sorry, I'm not facing you, but it says, we reviewed the files of the OSTA, and we did not recognize any recently approved developments that would add to the traffic and the road work, and the local local roadway network. But there's currently construction going on at the Live Well Center. It's being increased. The construction's been going on for 3 years. They put the trees in yesterday. I mean, they're finishing it up, but I don't know how the traffic people didn't see that. And maybe Peter can understand there, maybe can answer that later, or maybe on June 3rd. But how do you observe a construction going on 300 yards from where that's going to go and not observe anything? Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for coming out, Kevin. Appreciate it. I think you're the last one of the night, sir.
I think so, sir. My name is Greg Kern. I live at 48 Working Street, which is mid-block on Working Street, roughly. I back up to Kennedy. Just a couple things. This doesn't have to do with safety, but the developer said he wanted to do something for the town of Southington, the residents of the town of Southington. Does that mean he's moving current residents into that project if he's doing something for the town? Or is it going to be people from out of town that are now coming in which case I don't see that how that helps Southington residents, particularly us that live in the neighborhood. I've been in accident reconstruction since 2011. I worked for the municipal police department. The attorney had said that congestion does not affect safety or something to that effect. Not to quote her exactly. I disagree. I think if you look at congestion on Queen Street and then take something like Mulberry Street, you're going to see big difference in the amount of accidents that happen. Why? Because of the congestion on the road. Distracted drivers nowadays on their phones. We have the Live Well Center that had the addition. All the workers, all the construction guys work across the street. That adds to the traffic in our neighborhood. I don't leave. I know you've asked several times which way you leave. I'll answer it for you now. I don't go down to Route 10 or South Main Street to leave, depending on what time I have to go to work. I go up to Buckland and out that way. It is part of it, like Brenda said, is getting out of the road. Nobody's courteous. Nobody will let you go for a second. The second part, as soon as you come around the corner, there is a crossing guard there who stops traffic and lets them go. Or you have the parent that's heading south on South Main Street that wants to turn left into the school. They don't know to hug the line. There really should be another lane there, a turn lane, to alleviate the traffic problem there. I realize it's a state road, that's on them. But that person doesn't move over, now all the traffic backs up past Working Street. I don't know how many times you hear people hit the brakes, they're not paying attention, they're yelling at their kids, they're playing on their phone, they're doing whatever else in their car. Coming the other way, and again, once people get through that, they have to make up that couple minutes they waited in traffic. So they accelerate rapidly as they pull away, once they're south of that location, once they're north by our road. We did have signs put in on both sides of our road at the end of the road. I contacted the traffic division because everybody was parking right on the other road. If you haven't been in the area, Working Street is a cut through for Nunzio and Buckland and all those neighborhoods up there. Nobody's child walks to school anymore. They all have to be dropped off. So they park on our street. They park in the apartments across the street like this, or the condos. I do think they talked about the parking lot. I know it's been harped on a lot, but the number of parking spots and the units in there and the visitors. And if they do park at the school across the street, people fly on. I used to be a radar laser instructor, and I've done a lot of laser and radar work in my career. If I had to guess, when the roadway's fairly open, people are probably doing 45, 50 at least down the road. If you're not doing 50, the person behind you is going to tailgate you. And I don't know how many times I have to hug the right side of the road so I don't get rear-ended by that car coming up behind me. People are going to have nowhere else to park except for the old Steve's or whatever, RD Yum across the street, that restaurant, or maybe the school. We are going to get a pedestrian struck there crossing the road when they leave a party at someone's house. I know we can't assume things, as we were said before. People have guests, people drink, they're going to be crossing that road. And with the traffic, somebody is going to get hit eventually, which is going to be a big safety issue. Also, they talked about putting the sidewalk, I think they said 5-foot sidewalk out in front for the kids to walk up to the crosswalk. I did check Google Maps because I drive by every day and I don't pay attention, but there is the crosswalk right there with the crossing guard. I think they may also, for safety reason, want to look at putting a guardrail on the outer edge of that sidewalk by the road, because cars do travel at such high rate of speed. You get an icy morning with traffic going by and a car slides off the road, they're going to hit the pedestrian up on that sidewalk. It's going to hop the curb. And the only other thing, as far as the traffic study went with the amount of cars leaving, get one teenager in there. I have a 16-year-old girl that lives across the street from my house. She enters and exits that driveway probably 20 times a day in that car. And I remember being 16. I got to run here, I got to run there. As far as that volume coming in and out, again, I think that they said it's going off statistics, but you don't know who's going to be living there. And it was stated that the flow of traffic in Kennedy in the morning flows just fine, and there's probably going to be a cross guard there. If they did go and observe Kennedy, you would see that crossing guard there. I see them there every morning. That's all I have to say.
Okay, great. Before you leave,
Yes, sir.
I think you mentioned that you're a law enforcement professional.
Yes, sir.
I assume that you're a police officer. I don't need to know what town, but you work for a town, a municipality. You live in the area.
Yes, sir.
Based on your knowledge of the area, as well as your professional background, is it your opinion that this proposal presents safety issues or concerns at least?
100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. Anything else? Hold on, ma'am. Okay. Thanks for coming out tonight. I
Thank you, sir.
appreciate your patience and your endurance. So,
Thank you for your time.
here's what I think we're going to do, if it's okay with the applicant and with the members of the commission. So everyone in the public has been given an opportunity, at least one opportunity, to come up and speak. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Millie Sierra, and I live at Devonshire Condominiums, 1175 South Main Street. And I have a couple of concerns. I come from a background of low income, and I worked my way up because I had bigger dreams. I thought there had to be a better life. I'm concerned because, Grandma Sally she has a big car, and she will always take her grandchildren that have 2 or 3 children, and they're all running around, and nobody cares for them, and they cross the street, and they get in trouble, and, it causes big issues. So I'm concerned about, it changes the demographics of our town, Plansville, Southington. So that's one issue. The other issue is I'm an avid cyclist, and I go down the street, and I'm so familiar with South Main Street. Cars running up and down. They don't respect, even though there's an area for cyclists. They go around it, they beep the horn, they yell and scream, and that's concerning to me. So I feel this project is way too big for our little town, and I think it's way too big, and I'm worried about the crime, the possibility of the crime being an issue. And as a single person living alone right around the corner, that's concerning. So I just wanted to make you aware.
No, I appreciate you coming out tonight and sharing your concerns with us. We'll take it into consideration, so
You're
thank you very
welcome.
much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Let me do this before I go into what I was going to say. Is there anyone else here tonight who wishes to speak on this application? No, I'm not gonna go a second time right now. Sir, in the back row there. Is there while he's walking up here, is there anybody else? We got other parts of the agenda, that's why I'm asking. I just want to make sure we get everybody up here. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is David Seymour, 27 Milldale, 1119 South Main. I wasn't planning on speaking here tonight either, but I was born and raised in this town. I've lived at that location for almost 50 years now. And the tree in the bottom right corner there, that's the corner of our property. And I can tell you over the years how bad traffic has gotten as a safety concern alone. Never mind the school buses lining up every school morning and the traffic that flows down Milldale, which is where our driveway is. It is almost impossible some days to pull out of the driveway just to get to work. and going up the hill, up Milldale, to the side streets to go back around to Buckland is not really an option because of all the cars parked on both sides, the traffic coming down the hill. It's just something that you couldn't really plan on going that way to begin with. And it does back up past Milldale with the school buses. It's not just cars, it's school buses in those lines as well. It's been brought up as a point when you look at that diagram, the spacing between the buildings. That I can't believe somebody would plan that. Obviously, this is just my opinion, but to me, common sense, if a fire breaks out, that's all going up. There's no way you can get firefighters in there safely enough in that clearing if something happened. It's also been brought up the wildlife that, I mean, again, growing up here, there's a lot more than spotted turtles back there. It's been covered, and that entire watershed area is going to be affected with that many cars parking there. That's still automobiles, they leak, they have antifreeze, they have oil, it ends up in the water, it ends up in the watershed, it ends up in the Quinnipiac. And if anybody's actually looked at the Quinnipiac, it's all kinds of shades of the rainbow. It's not water when you really look at it. There were other things, but I'm not a public speaker. They're not coming to mind currently.
I think you did a good job.
But
So, I appreciate coming out tonight and sharing your thoughts.
that was
Go ahead.
the other thing.
Go ahead.
I work 2 full-time jobs. I take care of an elderly mother, and my wife is not physically capable of driving or going places on her own. She's not a physically strong person. And it's been only brought up a couple times here about the potential crime rate in the vicinity of a low-income housing area that goes up. And to me, this is just a massive building that's going up. And it seems odd that they're saying, okay, 20 of those are going to be for the lower income housing, but look at Darling Street area, which is near the high school even. Now you're talking about something similar, it's going to happen, and I can't say 100%, but look at any area that's low income and what happens, especially with the kids, because they get bored. They need an outlet, and it tends to be the neighbors. And our house being right there is a serious safety concern to me, for my mother, for my wife, for any of our neighbors in that area. I used to ride. I mean, there was a lady who said she was an avid cyclist. I used to ride everywhere when I was younger, before I got my driver's license. I wouldn't even think of that these days with the way traffic comes down that street. And I'm the one who's actually responsible for removing the hedges on that corner of that property, which somebody brought up earlier. They left, but oh well.
Okay. It is getting late, so.
Sorry.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that that's probably why they left, so.
Yep.
David, thank you for coming out tonight. I appreciate your concerns.
Thank you.
Okay. I said I was going to shut this piece down at 11:30. We're looking at 11:20 right now. Here's what I'm going to propose, if it's in agreement with the applicant as well as other, there's no objection from members of the commission. Why don't you take the next 2 weeks to digest the comments that were made, come back on the 3rd. We'll give you some time to respond to those comments. I do want to, early on in the meeting, provide an opportunity for anyone else who might want to testify to the point that was made, which I think is a fair point, that people left because it got late. So I would propose that pausing the public hearing right now, having you come back on the 3rd with responses to the comments that were made. I'm sure you were taking notes, and it will give you more time to sort of digest it. Of course, it's all available on video. If you need to go back and watch it, we can give you how you can find it. It's on YouTube. And then we can all reconvene this public hearing on the 3rd and it will allow us to get through the rest of our agenda this evening. Are you okay with that, Attorney? Perez?
Absolutely. For the record, again, Andre Gomes, counsel for the applicant. Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. We are even happy to cede the floor at the next public hearing and let public comment continue first.
Yeah.
And then we will continue. We frequently do that when this type of situation happens as, of course, an accommodation for the public. The only thing I'd suggest, Mr. Chairman, through you to the rest of the commission, should the commission have any questions, comments, concerns, additional things they would like to see or things that they would like the applicant to think about, I'd ask that they pass that on to Mr. LaValle, who can then appropriately pass it on to us. We are trying to be as productive as possible and as efficient as possible, and in order to do so, there's just certain things we need to know in advance. We can't always do things on the spot.
Yeah, you don't know, I appreciate you don't know what you don't know, right? So I appreciate that suggestion. I, however, would discourage anyone on this commission to reaching out to the applicant or anybody else outside of a public hearing, and any recommendation or suggestion or requests for a modification should be done in the interest of transparency and as part of the public record, should be done in the context of a public hearing. It should not be done through staff. I just don't feel that that's appropriate, and I don't feel comfortable with that, so I would not. I appreciate the intent. If we need to extend this beyond the 3rd, then we have a timeline that we're statutorily required to act on this. I think it's 65 days. This being day
35.
number 1 of a public hearing being open, so we have, roughly
35.
about.
Yep.
Okay, 35 days, so
We can
roughly
extend
about a
it.
month, so we have time. We have 2 meetings scheduled for June, Dave, correct? Yeah, so if we needed to extend it to the meeting after that, then I would defer or prefer to do that in the interest of transparency for everybody.
And
I
Mr.
think
Chairman,
it works better.
to be clear,
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm going to say this comment. I have the utmost interest in transparency here.
I
Any
understand.
communication from any member of I agree, no member of the commission should be speaking to any of the applicant team or member of the public. Any communication from the commission to town staff becomes part of the public hearing record. It is subject to FOIA, it goes in the file, so there's no concern with transparency, but of course I defer to you if you're not comfortable with that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Gomez. I look
Thank you.
forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Have a lovely evening, drive safely.
Thanks. You as well. Thank you to the commission.
Are members of the commission okay with the plan that I laid out there? Just so we can put it on the record, so everyone's indicating that they are okay with that. Okay. Moving into our business meeting, item 10A, we're looking for a table on that. Commissioner Wolowski? It's item 10A. I'm looking for a table on this.
Make a motion to table SPU 712.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner
Second.
Britton with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 10B, C, and D all have to do with an open public hearing at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
we do have a 30-day extension request for that item, SPU 712. If we could get action on that, please.
Do we just want to put that on the record, or we have a
You could
request from
take
the
a
app?
vote. Yeah, if you would at least do a voice vote on it to grant the
Okay,
30-day extension.
so on item 10A, just to go back to that one, the applicant has been informed that the applicant has requested a 30-day extension. Could we get a motion to approve that?
I'll make a motion to approve a 30-day extension for SPU 712.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Britton with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Dave, I just make sure that we keep the public as notified in advance as possible on that one, please, because I know there's a number of people who are interested. Item 10B, C, and D all have to do with the public hearing that we just had, and is an open public hearing, so we'd be looking for a table on those 3 items if we could. Commissioner Wolowski?
I'll make a motion to table ZA 620, ZC 582, and SPR 1897.
Do we have a second on that? Second. Commissioner Guido with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 10E, Lovely Development, Inc., site plan application for proposed 8,400 square foot industrial building, property located at 115 Pine Street. This is in a I-1 zone, SPR 1896. Mr. Bravino, the floor is yours, sir. And then there were two.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. Sev Bovino, planner of Kratzer Johnson Associates, representing the applicant. On the screen, we have the site plan. North is to the right. This is the intersection of Pine Street and I don't remember where that corner is, the intersection there, Union Street, I believe. And there's an existing driveway here that serves a house here and a small business at this location. This property is zoned industrial. The address is 115 Pine Street. The lot area is 1.14 acres, which equals to 49,567 square feet. The required area in this zone is 40,000. The property is served by public water and septic system. The soils are very sandy, the topography generally level. The proposal is for an 8,400 square foot building for an industrial use. It's a steel building, slab on grade. There's a proposed office space in the front with an entryway at this location with a porch covering the walkway and the access for a handicap ramp in that location. The parking lot is proposed on the south side. The property is surrounded by industrial zone. This is industrial zone, that's industrial zone, here's industrial zone. This is residential. Therefore, we provided a buffer and a vinyl fence at the property line here next to the parking. Staff expressed a concern with our driveway coming out, maybe possibly impacting the house across the street. We have proposed a vinyl fence here and some landscaping in front of the fence. And just so you know, the house at this location is a garage that faces us. There's no living space, like a window, a bedroom window, anything like that. And so the traffic will come from Marion Avenue, which is probably 2,000 feet down this way, down Pine Street, enter and go into the back of the building. The overhead doors are located on the east side of the building, in the back, away from the residential area. There's an existing fence along this property line here. This is a wooded area. And again, as I said, we provided buffering in this area here next to the residential zone. The dumpsters located here, they're screened as required. All the lights will be full cutoff lighting pointing down. The hours of operation are 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Deliveries are from the deliveries are made by box trucks, so we don't expect any tractor trailers here. The user will be a heating contractor. All the appropriate notes and details are on the plans. We received staff comments, responded in writing, and revised the plan accordingly. At this point, if you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer.
Okay, thanks, Ev. Any questions from members of the commission to the applicant? Commissioner Woloski.
Just a quick, is this the piece that was on a prior application? Yes, okay.
Yeah, that this commission decided to leave it industrial.
All right, very good.
And so we came in with industrial use.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the commission to the applicant? Sev, the size of the buffer between the residential zone and the industrial zone is how wide?
That buffer there, let me just check.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Lovey.
Thank you.
Lovey Development, 710 Main Street. Not only we have a buffer there, that's the plantings, you also put a fence in too, so it's double with the, between the residential on that side. So we did double instead of just doing the fencing. I think it's
Okay.
20.
Yeah, we used the opportunity to do a combination of the fence and screening. So the distance from the curbing to the property line is probably 15 feet.
It's a 15-foot
Yeah.
wide buffer?
Yes.
Is that?
It's when you
in
combine
in
the,
alignment with our regulation, Dave?
I'm sure I reviewed it. I don't know if it's in my checklist, but I can look.
when you combine the fencing with the screening, you can reduce
you have the
the 20-foot buffer.
I'll just say I'm particularly sensitive because I know there's other, and I'm not saying it's yours, but there's other areas of town where buffers are inadequate to the residential, and I want to make sure that the residential property owners are not adversely affected.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there is an option for a combination like they proposed if there's less than the required buffer there. But I think what they had there at one point, that was a street, and the property owner took half, and the other property owner took the other half.
They took it?
Well, the town didn't.
Abandoned it.
They abandoned it, and each property owner gets half of it.
So we're looking at under this proposal, we're looking at a 15-foot buffer between the residential and the
Plus the fence.
plus the fence, which is what?
And it's a double row of evergreens. The fence is 6-foot vinyl fence.
But in terms of width, the fence is what, like, 6 inches?
The width of the fence?
Yeah.
A typical fence,
M-
probably
maybe a
6
foot,
inches.
we'll
Yeah,
say, just to be
6 inches,
kind.
yeah. The post, like a 6-inch post, plus you get the slats in between. The home is at this location here, it's facing Pine Street.
Okay. How would you feel about increasing that buffer?
We would have to reduce the building corners right here is at the minimum distance from the property line. I would have to, I mean, it's allowed in the regulation, it allows you to do the combination.
It
so-
allows the commission discretion, correct?
Yes.
So we have discretion,
believe
and I'm
so. I
asking
believe
if
that's
if I
yeah.
ask that you increase that buffer, the width of that buffer, how would that inconvenience you? I mean, you
just-
said that you would have to reduce the size of the building, okay. Could you just, get rid of that row of parking spaces? Or move those parking spaces somewhere else on the site?
Let me just check. What do you think, Mark? I would say,
Mark Lovey again, President of Lovey Development. I will note that the prior abandoned roadway, that the 25 feet that's there now is totally wooded as well, even though it's not this parcel. That is totally wooded up against those people's parcel. This land that we have here got 25 feet, and that person got 25 feet. Only thing you would end up doing, and I think instead of moving the parking, you just have to make the building a little bit smaller, within 5 feet. So you're 5 feet by 60, so you're about 300 square feet smaller. I think it would be more advantageous to probably do that than to have them to lose the parking, because I think you need the parking for the square footage of the building.
And a little bit what I struggle with, Mark, is that any approval we give here goes to the property, not to the person. So it's not a reflection. I trust that you'll do
Yeah.
what is best, and take into consideration my concerns or anyone's concerns up here for that matter. But even though there's 25 feet on the other side that's wooded right now, there's nothing to say that it won't be wooded in the future.
No.
And 10 years from now, when I'm not here, I can assure everybody of that. Someone comes up here and says that buffer is too small.
Yeah.
And there's other properties in town where this is an issue, and I don't want to set precedent that we treated anyone differently than we would be prepared to treat anybody else.
Yeah, no, we understand.
Just so you understand where I'm coming from,
Yeah.
so, and members of the commission understand where I'm coming from. So, okay. Dave, did you have something?
No, Mr. Chairman, it was just that if they were to swap that parking, I think the loading would have to be in front, which isn't optimal. You'd probably rather have it face the other industrial, but that's not a concern, so.
Any thoughts on that, Mark or Sev?
It's not preferable to me, certainly.
We offered to reduce the building. Wouldn't that solve the problem? We reduce the building and we shift the entire thing over?
That's a better solution.
Yeah.
In my mind.
That would
Do
give
they
you.
need to submit a new site plan in order to do that, or no? Or do we just accept it, just a revised one?
Yeah.
That you would review to make sure that it adheres to what the approval was, and then we would sign off on that over on this table in the back here, correct?
Right, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
if you had a
Okay.
set number of feet that it would be reduced.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, maybe.
Anything else, guys? Sever or Mark, anything
Yeah,
else?
we trying to dress up the front of this, recognize that we are in a mixed area, we're residential and industrial. So we have a walkway here, we have a landscaping, 5 feet of landscaped area. So we have 10 feet here that we utilizing to kind of beautify the entryway, so that when you come down Pine Street, you see a nice building
Okay.
with the landscaping. So, but Mark is willing to cut the building a little bit, we'll make it happen.
Okay. I also have a note on my, here that health and water approval, that they would like a stipulation that they give final approval before anything moves forward. Are you guys okay with that? I think they still had some outstanding issues out there, Dave, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there were comments and they were responded to, but they would like final sign-off as a condition.
Yeah, you can, if you could stipulate it pending the water company.
Just so
approval.
it can move an approval along,
Yes.
but stipulate those approvals as well. I just want to make sure that you understand that that's a possibility.
Yes, we spoke to Todd Cormier, and we agreed that he has some questions about the service that service these homes here. So we have to do something with it.
Okay. Okay. You all set? All right. So to the commission, again, my suggestion is that we increase the size of that buffer in consideration to the residents that live there now or in the future. Of course, it's up to whoever is going to make the motion. And again, there's a request from Health and Water that we stipulate that they have final sign off on this. So with that, I put it to the members to see if we can get a motion out of this.
Are we looking for 5 feet? Is that
To make it 20, that's what the chairman is asking.
to a total buffer width of 20 feet?
I think it's better than a 15-foot
Yeah,
buffer.
I just
yeah.
want to make sure if I make a motion, I just want to make sure I got the numbers right. So I'll make a motion to approve SPR 1896 with the stipulations that the southerly border is increased to 20 feet, and also to stipulate that health and water approvals will be met.
Yep, southerly buffer.
The southerly buffer.
It is, yeah.
Amend your motion, southerly buffer.
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said border.
Border, that's all right, we'll amend it.
You acceptable? You accept that? Okay.
The southerly.
Do we have a second to Kayla's motion?
Second.
Commissioner Britton with a second. Is there any further discussion on this? Can you please call the roll, Dave?
Commissioner Coles?
Yes.
Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaida?
Yes.
Commissioner Salmieri?
Yes.
Commissioner Walowski?
Yes.
And Chair Hammerson.
Hammers is a yes, 6-0. Congratulations. I appreciate your accommodation too, by the way. Item 10F, AC Properties LLC site plan modification, application for proposed building addition and additional parking impervious service. Property located at 200 Town Line Road. This is an I-1 zone, SPR 1898. Applicant has requested a table on this. Can we get a motion for that, please? Commissioner Walowski?
I'll make a motion to table SPR 1898.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Guido with a second. Spreading the wealth, Rob. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 10G, Mark Lovely subdivision application for proposed two-lot subdivision. Property located at 444 Welch Street. This is an R40 zone. This is S1342. Remind the commission that we're guided by subdivision regulations, not necessarily zoning regulations. A little bit different. But with that said, why don't you go ahead and give us a synopsis here?
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, Seth Bovino, planner with Crutzen Jones, representing the applicant. To the top of the sheet, we have Welch Road here. The proposal is, this property is the original homestead of the owners of Pine Valley Golf Course. There was a house on this property that burned down years back. The property will be served by public water and septic systems. The soils, we did the testing, they're very sandy. The health department and us, we conducted soils samples, and it's suitable for septic system. The zone is R40, which means 150 foot of frontage for each lot. The proposal is for two lots, lot 1 and lot number 2. All the appropriate erosion controls are shown together with notes and details. We propose sidewalks along the frontage of this property, but when we get to the northeast corner of lot 2, there's a man-made improvement which prevents us from extending the walks all the way to the end. So we're looking for about 30 feet of walk waiver on that corner. But the rest of the way, we will have sidewalks in front of the property. Yeah, it's a man-made obstruction. And also, there's no possibility of connecting the walks in this direction because we have about 500 feet fronting on open space that recently Mark Lovely donated to the Land Trust. So there will not be any connections of sidewalks from here to here or from here to going towards Briarwood as wetlands and floodplains here, but we are proposing walks in front of our property. Basically, we received staff comments, we adjusted the maps and responded in writing. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer.
Okay, any questions to the applicant on this? I have a couple. I have a note that Water and Health have not opined on this, so are you okay with the stipulation that pending their
Sure,
final approval
yes.
that
I think Water did respond, so they had no problem, but.
I don't see it in my packet, so
Yeah.
that, you may be right, I just don't show it,
Yeah.
but if we stipulate it and they did
That's
respond, then you're covered, so. The second thing is a sidewalk waiver. You mentioned that you're looking for a sidewalk waiver on this. Are you looking for an actual waiver of sidewalk, or are you looking for a payment in lieu of sidewalk
A
waiver?
waiver for 30 feet in this corner. The rest of it, we're gonna put them in.
Okay, so you're looking for a waiver of 30 feet or the
Because there's
30
a
foot
man-made obstruction.
on the east side?
On the northwest corner of Lot 2. It's the west side
Okay.
of Lot 2, in
Okay,
front of Lot 2.
I got you. I was looking at it backwards, so happens sometimes. Okay. Commissioner Woloski.
What's the impairment for the sidewalk? What is it great?
There's a light pole, a CLMP pole in the middle where the sidewalk would have to go.
Okay.
So there's immovable obstruction, so to speak, right?
40, 50 grand worth of moving.
For you guys?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I say that because I think that our sidewalk regulation has a stipulation or has a potential waiver option if there's an immovable
Yes.
obstruction there,
Yeah,
so.
section.
You don't have to cite it for me, Sev. I think I'm right. That's good enough for me, you know. Okay, Commissioner Britton, yeah?
There's currently no sidewalks on this road, right?
Well, there's sidewalks on the other side, 500 feet from this corner. You go this way, and Mark put sidewalks in on that subdivision that we did a few years ago.
Okay.
But there is no potential for connection because of, it's in front of the open space here, and I don't think the town is gonna spend the money to connect them. But we are putting in front of the two lots we're proposing.
Okay. Any other questions for members of the commission to the applicant? Anything else?
No,
Okay.
sir.
So the first piece of this is we're looking, the applicant has requested a sidewalk waiver for 30 feet on the southwest,
Northwest corner.
thank you again, the northwest corner of this site. So do we have a motion on that?
I'll make a motion to grant the sidewalk waiver for 30 feet on the northwest side.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Britton with a second? Any discussion? Can you call the roll, please, Dave?
Commissioner Coles?
Yes.
Commissioner Britton?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaida?
Yes.
Commissioner Salmieri?
Yes.
Commissioner Walowski?
Yes.
And Chair Hammerson.
To be consistent, I'm going to vote no, but that doesn't matter because it still passes. A 3/4 majority is achieved, so the sidewalk waiver is granted on this. So now we're taking up the entire application. We're looking for a motion on this. I would just suggest that we want to make sure that we incorporate final approval from Water and Health as part of any motion. So we'll open it up. Commissioner Walowski, you have a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve S1342 with the stipulation that health and water grant approval.
Something like that.
Something
It all
like that.
works. You know, we know
It's
what you mean.
late.
Yeah, I know.
That's the best you're gonna get out of me.
No, it's not, Steve. I have faith in you. Second, do we have a second on that?
Second.
Commissioner Salmieri with a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Coles?
Caleb.
Yes.
Commissioner Britton?
Caleb fell asleep, I think, but
Commissioner Gaida?
Yes.
Commissioner Salmieri?
Yes.
Commissioner Walowski?
Yes.
And Chair Hammerson.
Hammers is a yes, motion carries. Congratulations, folks. Administrative items, Dave, anything?
Can I just ask a question on
Oh.
that? Is it okay to ask a question?
What are we talking about?
So, on G, on our paper, it says a fee in lieu of payment would need a 2/3 vote as well.
I can't hear you, Kristen. You need to get closer to the microphone, please.
It says a fee in lieu of payment would need a 2/3 vote as
No,
well.
that was the sidewalk waiver issue and the matter's closed.
Oh, it
so
made it
it's
look
not
like it was
open
two
to
separate
discussion.
things. That's what I was asking. Okay, thank
Okay.
you for clarifying.
Yep. Dave, administrative items?
Yes, his request for a bond release, if we could add that to the agenda, please, for Service Master. There's a erosion control bond, 161 Atwater Street. They're looking for a release of $6,700. All work has been satisfactorily completed according to the town engineer.
Okay, so we have a request to open the agenda first to add an item to the agenda for a bond release in the amount of $6,700 for Service Master at the address that Dave just read off. It's getting late, so I don't even have that.
So moved. Is there a number?
So first it's a motion to add an item to open the agenda for the purposes of adding an item. So we have a motion from Commissioner Britton to open the agenda to add that item. Do I have a second? We have a second from Commissioner Coles. Is there any discussion? All those, you could do a voice vote, right?
I would think so.
Voice vote,
Yes.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The item is added. The item that's been added, Dave, can you read off the details for us one more time?
Sure, it's a erosion and sedimentation bond release for site plan number 1870 for Service Master, Apple Valley at 161 Atwater Street. They had done some site plan work, made a driveway a little bit bigger. They took over an existing building, so there's a bond required for it.
Okay, so we have the item in front of us. Is there a motion to approve? I guess I'll turn to you, Dave, and just assure me that this is all set.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve this item?
I'll make a motion to approve the erosion and sedimentation bond for 161 Atwater Street for $6,700.
You take good notes. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Guider with a second. Any discussion? We do a voice vote on this, yeah? I think we usually do. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Anything else under administrative items, Dave?
No.
Okay. Under,
New application.
please. I will say before we move on, I think that everybody received the notice that Dave is going to accept the position as a town engineer effective July 1, correct?
Yes.
So welcome aboard. I know that I've extended my personal gratitude. Dave is a good guy and more than a competent engineer, so while the loss of Mr. Grappone is a loss, Dave can fill those big shoes, so. Item number 12, we have a couple items that are going to be coming forward to us. This follows up on a zone text amendment that we made recently. So we'll see the details on that forthcoming, I assume. Dave, correct? Yeah? Okay. Other than that, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Olowski,
Motion to adjourn.
do we have a second? We have a second from Commissioner Britton. All those in favor? Aye. Is there anyone